nothing can stop me. No. 'Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your goodbyes, 'cause I'll find no matter what, yeah. So set the boat down before the moment flies, before it flies. So tell your goodbyes, 'cause I'll find no matter what. So set the boat down before the moment flies.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for being here tonight. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. We're about to get Barbershop started tonight. Hope you guys are ready for a good conversation. Tonight's title: Why are dogs entering too? Oh yeah. Get ready for that conversation, fellas. If you want to come in the chat, all right. Link for in the chat. You want to have a conversation tonight, ladies. We ask you guys support us tonight in the chat. We ask the fellas to support us who can't make it and want to be a part of the show tonight. Just hit the like button, subscribe button. Also, go ahead and just get on in here. All right, get on in here. Get up on the channel. We're going to be dropping this. All right. Let's see here. All right, I'm going to drop the link and then we're going to get our intro. Then we're going to go ahead and start our show. Here we go. Now, before we get started, I do want to kick a shout out to my brother, the Real Bravado Network. That's the name of the network, but his name is his new name. I want to give it up for Yusuf Al-Shadabaz. He is in the building tonight, the Real Bravado Network. The owner now has changed his name to Yusuf Al-Shadabaz, okay? He is in the building. All right, we got in the building. Hey, y'all, happy Friday. All right. We got Beautifully Animated in the building tonight. We got Mandrill asking for the link. We're going to drop it in the chat. Mandrill, thank you for being here tonight. All right. Who else we got in here tonight? We got Mr. Bennett in here tonight. Let's see here. Grooming and Reviews is in this thing tonight. All right. I appreciate you guys very, very much. And again, we got also Bravado Network he gifted 5 Black Men Unfiltered Network memberships. 5 Black Men Unfiltered Network memberships. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate that. There they go right there, man. Thank you so much. On the screen just popped up. All right, before we start, let me go ahead and give you guys a little something. And guys, when you come up and in the chat in just a second here. Give y'all a little something for that. All right, let's see what I want to give y'all. And you know what? We hadn't had White Chocolate in a while. White Chocolate has been dormant, and I want to bring him out of retirement tonight. Where's White Chocolate? There he is.
Got a red room, it's the red hour when the sun sets in my bedroom. Oh, it feels like I'm inside a flower. It feels like I'm inside my eyelid. It feels like I'm inside a flower.
All right, thank you so much. And now we also want to give a shout out to Harmonize and for the other super chat by Real Bravado. Appreciate you, man. This is it. And after this, the show will begin.
Oh, let me slow it down. Rapping with the singing, I be swinging. You can get it all free like welfare. Back to the beginning, know what I told ya. I got 2 degrees, now I'm dumb rich. This sound like some 718 shit. The living weirdo on the same shit. Gave me in, let's go buy a Lennis.
Is it the barbershop? Is it the barbershop? Yes, it's the barbershop. Well, I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop. Then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all.
You gotta tell me, hold the park down.
It ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
Why you gotta tell me?
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my sound. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose that fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of Black Man Unfiltered's Barbershop Talk. All right. It's good to see everybody here tonight who's in the chat. Thank you for sponsoring the show so far, Harmonize and the Youssef Al Sharbaz. Thank you so much for your $2 super chat as well. That shit is so funny, Lost. But I do, because the story behind it is just funny as hell. But thank you guys for being here. You see what we got right here so far in the building tonight. All right, we got Mr. Bennett in the building. We got Lost in Translation, Grooming and Reviews. Come on. All right. Now I want to check the temperature of my guys here tonight. Grooming and Reviews, man. What's going on, brother?
What's going on?
What you got? How you feeling, brother? How you doing?
Pretty good. Like always, ready to cook it, rock it, and smoke some fire out tonight.
I know that's right, brother. I appreciate you for being here. All right, Mr. Bennett,
yes,
man.
Sir.
Listen, you got your Steelers gear on. You got your Steelers background. It seems like y'all have done a good thing because you're wearing it real nice. So
yes, sir. Very happy so far with the picks through 3 picks so far. So we got the essentials that we need. Beat up our line. So far going good, and so good to be here tonight on this Friday on this NFL draft weekend.
All right. Trey Ferg just came in the building. Trey Ferg,
How y'all doing today?
Doing all right, sir.
What's going on, brother? How you doing tonight, man?
I'm okay, man. Shoot, I just woke up not long ago. Had a get myself together. So
Yeah, but what you was doing that put you down that early? Why? Talk to me.
See.
Yeah, look at him. Look at him. She put him to sleep. Yeah. All right, man. My brother from another mother, man. Lost in translation. How are you tonight, my brother?
I'm well, sir. I'm well. Today has been a very productive day. And like Trayford, I had to go and take me a nap too, because anytime you get over 50, you got to get that nap in. You know what I'm saying? Yes,
Absolutely. From via satellite, when he gets his, we have Mandrell here tonight via satellite. Once he gets his camera working, we'll go ahead and bring him up as well. Let's see here. Okay, we got Alexander X in the building tonight. He said that boy got some soul. Yeah, he's talking about white chocolate. Edward Gilbert is in the building tonight. Chiefs for the 3-peat, Mr. Bennett. Shots fired. All right. Let's see. We got CBN in the building tonight. Guys, listen, CBN does have some pelvis cream left over. So guys, if you want to order some pelvis cream, make sure you go ahead. Let me put his information down here. You can go to blackdavidgoatmilk.org and order your sperm-filled milk and your pelvis cream. Okay. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Between both of you guys, I can't win. One is causing earthquakes, is you doing jumping jacks, and he's selling pelvis cream. I don't know which one to win here.
Yeah. See, the pelvis cream is really good for the pelvis, he said. And I just want to make sure I support him. He has 4-ounce bottles for $15, 10-ounce bottles for $25, and then he has 20-ounce bottles for $150, and it comes with a free T-shirt. With Black David on the front of it that says "you." All right. So
I do have a question on that. I heard it helps you grow hair out if you're rubbing bull heads. Is that true?
Absolutely. He's in competition with the 7Bs. Mr. Bennett, he wants the 7Bs to no longer exist. So
I know.
Yeah. So Black David did go and try to be the stunt double for Blade. And they told him that it's impossible. All right, so let's go ahead and get the show started, Mr. Bennett. Our Trey Ferg, Grooming and Reviews. Our Payne is out of town with the wife. He said, our Payne said he about to come back and need hip surgery. Praise the Lord, everybody.
I heard he carries blue pills with him every time he goes out.
Yeah, he got the chews. He got the gummies. I see my boy We On Lock is in the building tonight. We On Lock, the link is at the top of the chat. The link is at the top of the chat. All right. Let's see here. What my boy? I see. We already knew this was gonna happen. Where you at? Where my boy at, man? Whoa! Information man says, "Hey, shout out to you tonight. I am out with a lady friend. Thank you for the invite." Yes. But look, it's gonna go a little further. I'm so happy for my brothers. And then Trey, I said, Trey, what you doing tonight? Trey said he out with a lady friend as well. Come on, Trey, talk to me.
All right.
That's what I'm talking about. Boy, them boys gonna be shaking sheets tonight. All right. Let's see here. But I'm looking for my boy, where my boy JT at? Mm-hmm.
JT over there,
He probably
handling business too.
But again, let's go ahead and get the show started. I think Mandrell, you ready? No, he ain't ready yet. He's still over there wiping his ass. Hey, man, when you log into the show, don't be over there wiping your ass while you're damn. Wiping his ass. All right, we on Lock in the building tonight. What's going on? All right, man. So I want to go ahead and get started. I got one video I want to start with first. And I think it's funny. Oh, there he is.
Hello, everyone. Now the show may begin. Hello.
Yes,
it is an honor for you to be here with me today. It is
Yellowstone National Park.
I know you're drinking, right?
No, I'm not drinking, actually. But don't hate. See, Grooming, I'm just going to ignore all this hating ass energy you got all over your spirit right now.
Oh, no, it's not hate. Okay. See, this is why it goes to spotter for a reason.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage.
Kratos.
Welcome, Mandrell. Welcome to the stage.
Chocolate buttermilk. Chocolate buttermilk in the building, y'all.
Yeah. Oh, again, guys, make sure you go and get the pelvis cream. Black David is selling pelvis cream. So make sure you go to, again, before we get started, I want to make sure I support Black business. Go to blackdavidgoatmilk.org and order your sperm-filled milk and pelvis cream today. All right. He has...
Emphasis on Black.
He has a few bottles left. All right, so I want to play his first video. I thought it was funny as hell. This as our icebreaker on tonight, where the guy's asking his woman to cook him something to eat, and she says, "Why don't?" Let's just watch. Here we go.
Why do I have to cook all the time?
Because you're a woman.
And?
A woman's job is in the kitchen.
Look, if you want a woman that's gonna cook all the time, you need to go find one.
What's your problem?
Why do I have
Is that the current? Hold on,
Yes, sir.
Is that the current state? Is that the current state of where we are today,
Yes, sir.
fellas? Is that one of the things? We'll start with you first. We unlock. Is that one of the things that we're experiencing today?
How did I know you was gonna start with me first? How did I know? Yes. I'm just gonna say yes. That's where we are, and it's a damn shame that a woman who is supposed to be feminine in her feminine state is in a masculine state of today. I just can't understand why that is. It's just a disappointing time in this day and age. It's just I just can't stand it. It's heartbreaking. Even though I don't have none of those. It's just
Mandrell.
What's going on here?
Talk to me, Mandrell.
I don't know what to say. Hold on, give me huh?
Now we unlock.
I don't think anyone else is something. Maybe Mr. Bennett was around that time. I don't think he's aware.
Hold on, Mandrell. Mandrell, he hadn't been around in a while. We unlock. Did you know Mandrell got married?
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
So Mandrell, that's where we at right now?
With what?
In state of where we at right now with the ladies. The ladies encouraging men to go find what they're looking for when they're actually married to them.
Oh, then the guy should follow the instructions. She's telling you she's not what you're looking for, and to go find it. So, all right, and ladies, you can't get mad when we do just that too.
Mm-hmm.
You done rolled your neck and sister good your way right into nothing.
Mr. Bennett, I want to go to Mr. Bennett. I know he's gonna have probably a different perspective. Mr. Bennett, if you hear a woman saying that to one of your friends, you're over for a barbecue and he said, "Baby, why you haven't fixed my plate?" She says something like this. What are you telling your homeboy, Mr. Bennett? What advice are you giving him if he comes to you?
Well, if he told her to fix his plate at a barbecue in front of public and she wants to kind of have that kind of a response to him, then obviously that was something that was going on before. So why is it going to change now?
Right.
So, the fact that she wants to disrespect him like that or embarrass him in front of his friends like that, it's probably not a good sign. That, and they're definitely going to need to have a conversation if that relationship is going to continue. But, don't, if you're going to be somebody, be the same all the time. Don't go changing up based on what the audience is. You want to be all, feminine with your man, but then out in public, you want to, show some boss energy or something like that. No, be the same person all the time. You never have to wear a mask. So so I'm not definitely down with if that was indeed the flip in the script. But having said that, if that's the one you marry and now you want to expect her to be something that she's not, then that's on you. So always know what you're getting into and, set the proper expectations and standards and, folks shouldn't really have a problem.
Appreciate that.
No, Mr. Bennett, she can't let everybody know that she does what she's supposed to do at home. She's strong and independent, and she can do that all by herself.
Well, for that very reason, she should do it because again, that's strong and independence. Because again, I thought that meant going against the grain, going against the crowd. So if the crowd is going one way, she is being strong and independent because she's not capitulating to what's out there. She's her own person. She's an independent person. So if that's where the crowd is going, saying fix your own plate, she says, no, I prefer to fix my man's plate. She is being strong and independent because she's not bowing to the to the current flow. So we got to decide what we want here.
You trying to trick people, Mr. Bennett. See, that ain't how it goes. Okay? She don't need you.
Come on, Grooming. Talk to me.
So I'm going to agree with Paul. Listen, you don't need to go what the trend says. If you were raised a certain way, like you make your man a plate, you make the man a plate. Simple as that. If I ask you, do me a favor, hey babe, you're next to the food, make him a plate. I'm not demanding, I'm asking you. And I have a little theory here, and I've been saying this theory for 15 years now. When we meet a woman, you should come with an owner's manual. You heard me correctly, owner's manual. So when you meet her, he goes, here's my owner's manual. Because if she's having a mood, you go chapter 3, like a card, like, oh, you go here. Okay, now I understand. And I think that's what they want us to do, have a woman have come an owner's manual, because they're acting very funky lately, to the point like I don't know how to deal with half these goddamn crazy women out there. No offense.
I don't see how you can have an owner's manual, sir. I mean, if you was, the owner's manual would be 600 pages for them and maybe 30 pages for us.
Yeah, I know.
5 pages for us.
I was trying to be. I'm making a point, and I get specific with the number of pages.
You just bury yourself, dude.
You don't take that much, Mr. Bennett. Jesus.
Oh yeah, we don't need
one page that you put on the refrigerator, like the notes.
Doesn't
You
even
just
be
put
an
on
owner's
the
manual. Fuck that shit.
Does she have to sign?
Probably.
For one page, yeah. Because I don't know if I'd sign off. If it was 600 pages, I don't know if I'm signing that. It's like, look,
I ain't gonna remember what's on page.
I'm not gonna. Yeah,
on page,
and they come out with, and like it's like the
530.
college textbooks. They come out with new ones every year. The one from the year before doesn't work anymore.
Yeah,
so
this
they make
is
you
a
buy another
revised
textbook. So
this is a revised version.
Trey Bird, what you thinking, man?
Well, first of all, let me say shout out to my wife, man, who don't mind not only cooking us dinner, she don't mind making me a plate no matter where we are. So, that was always one of my prerequisites when I was looking for a wife. You had to be able to cook. Not that you had to cook, but I don't eat out on no holidays. So, holidays and birthdays, I want a home cooked meal. And I just got lucky, and she cooks every 3-4 days a week. Just depends. So.
Congratulations.
Yeah, same here.
All right.
She cooks for like 3-4 days.
What up, though? What's going on, man?
What's going on? Why? What you got for us tonight, man? Did you see the video?
I didn't, man. Do you understand, bro? I just jumped my ass up out the bed.
You look like it too.
all y'all took naps, man.
People tonight. Everybody's taking naps, taking their time.
He said 50 plus.
You hear that music in the background, Lost? You hear it?
Well, we understand, JT. You're old now, and it don't work the way it used to.
Here, right?
It don't work the way it used to, JT.
Maybe I think it means split. Like
actually, I don't.
On top, young people on the bottom.
So let me play the video for JT real quick. Here we go.
Well, then what's he doing?
You're a woman.
And
a woman's job is in the kitchen.
look, if you want a woman that's gonna cook all the time, you need to go find one.
I like that the woman closed her mouth.
Yeah,
that was funny.
I like it was the other chick who closed her mouth.
She did a no look
nice
pass too. I like the no look. The no look.
Right, the no look.
Yeah.
There you go.
What you think, JT? Is that where we at right now, JT?
Yeah, I mean, man, it's terrible out here, man. You ain't gonna have nobody cooking shit. Everybody's gonna be Uber eating. That's all it's gonna be.
No, that's
these stoves are
one person, JT.
Huh?
You come out better going to a okay restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Going to a decent restaurant because it's $40 for one person.
No okay restaurant.
Hey, I'm cool with that. It keeps me busy.
They ain't gonna have no money for that. They ain't gonna have no gas money.
Well, no, especially if they're Uber eating, JT. So here's my thing: how do they work that out? Because you can't be just floating in dough if you're eating out all the time.
No, you don't have a car. You don't have bills. All you got is.
Then why are you Uber eating if you ain't got a car?
That's what they doing. Uber eating, bro. That's what's happening.
Who's
my
doing
point
that,
is, why do I have him stepping on my point, black man? Why do I have this man up under me stepping on my damn point?
You
dumbass.
You said something silly, and I just asked you a question about it, right?
The stove is going to be collecting. It's going to be collecting dust. That's what I'm telling you.
Awesome translation. You in there? Go ahead. Why?
Drizzle. Shit.
Don't do that. That's nasty.
That's why it's going to be drizzle.
That's just nasty.
Listen, y'all. There's only two problems, man. Two types of problems. You got skill issues and you got will issues. Mm-hmm. It don't take much to have somebody to bring a plate. So if we get down to the will issue, you got to go.
Did you hear what I said?
You know what I'm saying? You You got the spirit of rebellion. I'm gonna have to let you go. So in the spirit of old girl with no look past, I'm down for that. Yes. Just like you want to sit up here and say that you can't do this and can't do that. Well, somebody else will. It's the disrespect for me. So you got to go. I'm not keeping nobody around me that's going to disrespect me in public or private, because that's not how I operate.
Absolutely. Now I want to hop into something more. I just want to hop into this one because I just want to. I want to hear the different. I'm going to see if this is it right here.
Modern men.
Oh yeah, here we go. Listen.
Woman, but they don't want to be a traditional man. So
what?
Modern men want a traditional woman, but they don't want to be a traditional man. So you want a woman to come home from a job, clean, cook, do the laundry, take care of the kids, and you guys are both going to work. Do you see how that don't make sense?
No, it does make sense. And yes, I do want you to do that.
So you're telling me that a woman has to go work like a man every day, and a man goes work and he's tired when he gets home. A woman's not tired. She has to clean, cook, do the dishes, do the laundry. Are you kidding me?
First of all, yelling doesn't mean you're winning an argument. It's a sign of low intelligence. Your point is invalid, and you sound like the rest of these unwedded women talking about, I'm gonna go to work like you. Do you want me to cook, clean? If that was the case, so what? Yes, you're gonna cook, clean, do this and do that. And guess what? He taking the trash out, he fixing the house, he making sure this. Y'all have different responsibilities and different roles. A lot of modern day women don't even know that they're not fit to be a wife.
And you think I'm not fit to be a wife?
No. No.
That was that look he gave with that puzzled look. Like, is she the same conversation as me? Did she hear herself?
Man, okay, yeah, you can take Lost in Translation. Take this one, brother, and get everybody in here.
Man, let me tell you something.
Oh my God.
Everybody want to split the damn work up until it's time to work outside. You know what I'm saying? They want you to come in and pick up the vacuum cleaner and all this other stuff. You know, but don't nobody want to run their ass outside and cut the grass. You know what I'm saying? I had to break my ex up from that, man. She was up there hollering about, you need to go out there and rake up the leaves. I'm like, the leaves ain't finished falling. Why I go out there and do it myself? Man, she got a half a bag of leaves and then was crying. I was like, listen, hear what I said. You need to worry about what you do on the inside, and I worry about what I do on the outside. Don't be trying to divvy up the work, trying to get me to do this other stuff when you ain't willing to help me with none of mine. Yes, we both go to work. Yes, we have different roles, but I don't come in there and tell you when to wash clothes.
Did you hear what I said?
I don't tell you to come in there when to clean up.
Did you hear what I said?
I don't tell you when it's come time to go in there and vacuum and dust.
Did you hear what I said?
You know what I'm saying? So don't you come outside telling me what I need to do, Now, unless you want to split up some of this grass and you pick up the weed eater.
Did you hear what I said?
And then you help cut up some of this other stuff that I got and cut down a few branches of trees, then we can start talking about.
Did you hear what I said?
50-50 and paying some bills. You see what I'm saying? My whole thing is this, man. Stay in your lane. There's a reason why we work outside. There's a reason why you do what you do on the inside. And I don't need no lip and no guff about it. If you don't want to be here, you got to go.
Did you hear what I said?
And I release my mic to the floor.
You go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Lead us on through this one, Doc.
Who?
No, I was telling Lost in Translation. You can go ahead and take over real quick.
You know what? I'm going to hear from Trey Ferg, man. I'm going to start on the back end this time.
Again, man, shout out to my wife, man. She goes to work. She gets up every day about 7:30, 8 o'clock. Hell, she's ready to lay it down. I done spent most of my days sleeping. I get up. I usually wake up to the smell of food, whether it's breakfast or dinner for some reason. It's just unfortunate that a lot of the younger adults don't see teamwork as no part of their repertoire. Males or females, if you married, then sometimes the roles seem to play out, but it seems just, I don't know, man. It's hard for me to answer this because shit.
Teamwork? What's
I never
that?
had a problem with women wanting to cook. If I met a woman and she never cooked and we were just having conversation, I didn't try to get with her. I wasn't trying to go no further than that conversation because I know me. I grew up with meals. My mother cooked for 9 of us. And she didn't complain, and she worked at GE all day. And when we were old enough, she passed it down to us. So just to hearing this, I feel sorry for you unmarried guys that are looking to get married. So it's a scary situation to be in.
Now, I'm going to say this real quick. To add to this, because I want to do it as a whole conversation. But I'm trying to understand. her voice was raised. She was very, very, very aggressive. And I'm guaranteeing you that woman she was attractive. She was cute. I'm guaranteeing you though, she's not married.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end, when she said, "Do you think I'm wife material?" the dude, like JT just said, "Wait, are we in the same conversation?"
And here's one better than that. Here's what I've observed in looking at these retards on YouTube. Okay, these women, the stuff they're talking about won't even be their struggle. They'll never have experienced that personally ever in life, but they'll come on live streams and interviews and stuff like that and speak just as passionately as that woman did, as if she had experienced this time and time again or something like that, when she has no firsthand knowledge of it, like at all.
Right.
You know, and I think that myself is the worst thing, and it is one of the worst things. Like, how do you who's asking you to do that? Like, you're saying that I have to. She's asking these questions. You want me to work all day and then come home and cook and clean? And God says yes. Why would I do that? And blah blah blah. Here's the thing: she never once asked, "Okay, then what are you going to be doing? How are you going to be contributing?" She doesn't even know how the man's contributing to the household. She doesn't know what she's getting in return. The guy might have a house paved with gold. You know what I'm saying? You have no idea what the guys that has in store for her. You know what I'm saying? So they're flying off the handle with no intel at all.
Yep.
You have no idea what you're turning down because you haven't asked him what he's bringing.
And that's what I wanted to add to the conversation real quick. I'm gonna add this video. I'm gonna tag this video on to the conversation because I think it'll be relevant to it as well. We can have a big conversation. But listen to this.
All this stuff I was attracted to, now that I got him, I don't want him to have it anymore because he might leave me. He might be interested in another girl. Other girls are going to be interested in that. So they start trying to do this self-destruct thing where they start trying to turn the guy into the nice guy. They start trying to domesticate him because we're so wired to take care of our women and protect them and elevate them. We start to do that shit. We're like, okay, let me cut off my wings. Let me cut off the shit that made me man. All the stuff that made me powerful. Let me cut off my tribe. Let me cut off all the things that made me a man to begin with, that made you attractive, because you want somebody that's going to nurture you and validate you and be home and give you all this attention. And then guess what happens? The second you start doing that, they lose attraction for you. That's why there's so many sexless marriages. It's because the men did exactly what the woman tried to get him to do. Instead of being a man first, he's like, let me be a husband first. Let me do everything to take care of you. And now she's not sexually attracted to him. And the only time he's getting laid is if the stars line up just right as his birthday, or he did all the honey-do list, and it's an exchange of currency. You know, it's like, okay, baby, I did everything. It's Valentine's Day. Can I get some? I'm just not in the mood. Okay, maybe next week, babe. Maybe next week. Like, you're a shell of a man. But that's what women do, is they destroy their men if you're not a man first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's why it's important that your yes means yes and your no means no.
Yep.
That is interesting.
You got to stick to it. She's going to kick, scream, yell, all that nonsense, but you got to stick to it, even no matter how. I mean, and the thing is, you also have to be reasonable as well. You got to be reasonable about it. You know what I'm saying? Take your ego out of it.
First of all, who's this new guest that we got coming into the show? What is
right here?
What is this?
Wait a minute. This girl
Imposter. Imposter. Intruder.
Oh, shit. I just realized who the hell this is right here.
Intruder alert.
Y'all slow, man.
It's slow. It's slow. It's like the second I glanced over at her, I was like, "Oh, okay."
Y'all are slow.
I wasn't sure. I mean, I thought maybe she transitioned to something. I don't know. I was like,
I'm gonna wait the lost crack.
Whatever. Go ahead.
All right, so fellas, this is gonna be it going forward, man.
I'm looking like him waited. That's why I just sat here and waited till everybody else caught on.
Oh shit, bro. Oh man.
It was only a matter of time. It was only a matter of time, gentlemen. It was only a matter of time.
Yo, man,
what threw me off because one of them, either black man or lost, just brought her on up, and I'm looking like, what the fuck? They ain't never did hear no shit like that. I don't know who this. They must know who this person is.
Exactly.
Oh,
Black man brought up. I was like, man, that's bad.
man. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to see Black David's new wife. She's here tonight. Black David is in the Black David. Black David.
Black David.
But girl, you did that. You did that. Shit was fun. I was waiting on everybody else. I was like, damn, okay, I'm waiting. I'm trying to see who's gonna catch it. Cause Mandrell, he was all up in the conversation. I said I couldn't hold it, man. I was like, this.
Yeah, I saw it. You know what I'm saying? It was like, oh, okay. I didn't know what to make of it. I just kind of went with it.
Maybe they know who the person is.
I just kind of went with it, JT. I saw it and I knew who it was. I knew. I was kind of like.
Mr. Bennett was what brought it to my attention.
Mr. Bennett broke the ice with it, and he just like, hey.
He said, "Wait a minute, who's this person?"
Hey, that's Robin Harris. A small world.
It does kind of wow. You got a favor there, man.
Wow,
well, baby kids.
Oh, if you need some deer oil,
baby.
Wow.
My thoughts on the video is that that dude's he right. He said that.
Word.
You ain't had shit else to do tonight to try to come in here with these men and try to infiltrate us, goddammit.
Me and Nat look at her and look at you. You look like brothers now.
So, man, hold on, man. Man, thank you for entertaining us tonight. I appreciate it.
You got that thing lined up right there, go.
I mean, good ass. You got it all lined up.
I did my best with this liner.
Oh man!
Larry, you did that.
Wow. That was, and she was nodding her head like, right.
Wow.
She would have threw me off.
Everybody
with the voice,
video. Like the video, because are you not entertained?
No, I'm not.
Are you not entertained?
No, I'm actually not entertained at all.
There's people in the damn chat that didn't even know it was you. Beautiful anime. They didn't even know.
Oh man!
Make sure I hit the damn like button.
Animated for coming up tonight in Stern.
Love you, sis.
Love you.
Crazy.
Stop lying, JT. You don't love her.
Whatever.
Shut up. I don't like you, Mandrell.
Well, that's all right. Nigga, you from Detroit. You're not supposed to like anybody.
You know,
everybody likes everybody.
Listen, I'm in my glory right now. You know, over here, boy, the world is watching us, right? You do understand that, right, Mandrell? You do understand the world is definitely watching us right now.
No, it's not.
Okay, I'm dropping.
You know what?
All right, bye. Now, so what do y'all think about what the guy said? You know, he said that, you basically stop being a man to be a husband, and you just clip your wings. You cut off everything that made you a man.
It happens to a lot of men.
And he said when you do that for her, then you become unattractive, and that's why that leads to so many sexless marriages.
You've heard me say it a couple of times. Women will lead you. If you follow a woman, she's going to lead you to the end of your relationship.
Yep.
I've always said that.
Well, with a sexless marriage, it leads to divorce. I mean, it's going to be so many times that a man's going to have to lower his standards for you, and then he just breaks down, and all of a sudden he doesn't care for you no more. The love's not there no more. So I could put peace back. I'd rather be with somebody who's going to love me and take care of me as I take care of you. But if you don't want to take care of me, then screw you. Bye. See.
I don't like his language though. I think it's a false dichotomy he's drawing. He said, "You stopped being a man and you became a husband." I'm sorry.
Yeah, man.
Husbandry is a major part of being a man.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you want to call that when you stop. But that's not to me that's not a fair trade off, and that's not even a definition of the term. If you can't be a man, you cannot be a husband. So I'm not willing to make that trade off. So I that's what he's going with. I disagree with that.
You have to be a man first before you can be a husband.
Right.
Yeah, I think most of us on this panel, at least, we're alpha males. We're not gonna be taking a step down, saying, letting our women, be, boss us around. They're gonna wear the pants. There's some things we're gonna compromise. Like, okay, she cooks, I take the garbage, or I cut the grass, she's going to do the laundry, or whatever. They're going to have chores. We're going to have chores. I might take care of the boys. She take care of the girls. Like I'll take them to boxing, karate. You go take them cheerleader, whatever the case is. Or you might have like Paul, for example. He has 6 girls, so he was stuck either way.
They still have guys who have nothing but girls, right, Paul?
Yeah, well, I'll grant 5. I'll say 5. I have a wife and my mom, but 5. I'll claim 5, not 6, though.
The point I'm trying to get across here is there'll be compromise. No matter you have boys or girls or whatever the case is, you have to compromise, but it doesn't have to stop being the man. Stop being the husband, being the alpha male, the king of your castle. Whatever term you want to use, you can continue being that and don't have to step down. And most women want you to step down and bow to their feet. I'm sorry, I'm not bowing to anybody's feet.
You know what's crazy is when you look at the adults that's having these arguments, they're young, right? These are adults with no experience in marriage, no experience in dating. Half of these folks have never had boyfriends or girlfriends. All that they've experienced was screwing. So when they start talking about these duties and things like that, the problem I have with these conversations is that they're coming out of the gate into adulthood arguing with each other over chores. Fucking chores. Cooking, cleaning. Don't none of them own a house. Yeah. The majority of these folks have apartments. When they're talking about kids, right? By the time your child is 8 to 12 years old, guess who's doing a lot of the house chores? The kids. Yeah. And if they're not doing any house chores, then y'all fucked up already, right off the gate. It is a family thing. It is a community thing. It starts with mom. It starts with dad. And then when you have kids, it starts with them also. Everybody pitches in so they can help build this community. But about time, when you hearing these young folks, they already, first and foremost, they got instant families trying to be with one another. She got 3 kids. He got 2 kids. He got baby mama drama. She don't even have baby daddy drama because she can't find a dude. Or if she can, her and that dude is beefed out. So she's beefed out with men all the way around. Look at that young lady sitting there with all the passion in her fiber, talking about chores. That's what we talking about. Fucking chores. This is why we have the problems that we have, because nobody actually understands what it is that we're supposed to be doing as adults. They can't even add. They can't add. I'm gonna land right here. They can't add getting a career, being married, or not even being married, courting, and then marriage, and then family. All of this shit is just a bunch of mumbo jumbo, and everybody is just arguing with each other over chores. I end it there.
The saddest part is this: she's talking about I don't want to have to work and come home and cook and clean, and blah blah blah. But here's the thing: if you're single, you won't have a choice but to do all that by yourself.
Right.
If you got a guy in the house, at least he can help you with some of those chores, like grooming says. Like my wife when I first was talking about marriage. Okay, listen. When it comes to look, we both live there. No matter how big or small the place is, we both live there. So I'm gonna cook sometimes, you primarily, but in days you ask me to, and there's been days like that. She's like, "Hey, listen, I don't feel like cooking today. Can you get it? Yeah. What's the problem? I'm gonna clean. I'm gonna do laundry. Now the things you do not touch: taking out the trash, changing air filters, handyman shit around the house, changing light. You don't touch a light bulb. Changing batteries out. The manual labor stuff, you don't touch that. You don't step on a ladder. No, you come and get me. And
things
she just
are lost.
Right. I told her, I said yard work, because she likes plants, right? She loves plants. I said, unless you want to prune plants and stuff like that, cool, go ahead. But when it comes to cutting the grass, fertilizing it, and all that stuff like that, that's me. all day. She just smiled. Okay, you know what I mean? And so far, so good. I'm gonna stick to my word. I'm gonna do what I said I'm gonna do, and she sees it. You know, because I make a point every day to show her why choosing me was the best choice for her, and she does the same for me. But none of these people in these videos, and very few people on this internet stuff, talk like that. They don't see it that way. Like I said, if she was on her own, she has to do it on her own, all that stuff anyway by herself. So what's she talking about?
I don't think the majority of the world acts like that. That's just my belief. But I'm gonna say this: things have been lost in transition. It starts with communication, and if you're not if you're communicating with the person that you want to be with, and y'all not on the same tune, then just be friends, because it's work. It's work for her, and it's definitely work for him through all the headaches he's gonna have to suffer through. And correct me if I'm wrong, do men die faster than women do? Yes. So I think I want to live a hell of a lot long. Because I want to cherish the things in my life. I don't want to die young. Okay. So if you don't want the headaches, I suggest you choose wisely. This is for everybody, men and women both.
I also think that once you get married, it sort of heightens the level of manhood within you, to me, because when I was single, I ran around worrying about myself. Once you get married, you sort of have to protect others outside of you. Think about those others when I'm out in the community. My main mission is to get home, regardless of what I do, because I know I have a responsibility there. Not everybody may see it that way, but I saw it for my mother and father. After work, they both came straight home. And, they might have had to run back out once they got home, but they came home first. And that was the first stop. So, I just always kept that same sentiment, Shit. I knew once I got married, especially older, then, it's outside of me. I have to take care of other people. I make sure all the windows are locked, doors are locked. Anything got to go up on the wall, I'm doing it. I tell my wife, bring me some lemonade, give me a bite or something. That's it. Other than that, don't touch it. She can't even wash my clothes. And that's the truth. She cannot wash my clothes. Not that she doesn't, but it's just the way I am. I'm very particular about how I like my stuff, because I don't put nothing in the dryer except underwear, t-shirts, and socks. Everything else is hanging up. So I don't know, man. Everybody's different, but it's amazing me when young people talk about these spaces and their asses ain't even getting there. 20%, 30% marriage rate. Hell, I'll take 50% back if we can get there. At least we doing something. But it's amazing.
Hey guys, I gotta go. I gotta get up in a couple of hours.
Appreciate you, man. Good to see you again. Hadn't seen you in a long time, man. It's good to see you. Yep.
Groman, it's on you, brother.
I agree with everything we're saying here. Like, some things, it is a man's job to do. The alpha male, I keep saying that tonight. It is an alpha male job. Like, when I start putting the cameras around, like, my mom looked at me like, why are you putting cameras? My girlfriend, like, why are you putting cameras? Like, I want to know what the fuck is going on in my house. I want to know what the hell is going outside and inside. You guys are under my responsibility. If I need to get the goddamn AR out, I will get the AR out. I don't care. Shit. Like, that's what people don't understand. Like, oh, because you're acting tough. Acting tough and being tough is two different things. You want what makes you tough? Walking away sometimes. What makes you tough? Make sure the right things are done. Those what makes you tough. Not, puffing your chest up and trying to be a big guy. You're not. Or a woman trying to puff a chest against a man. It doesn't work like that. Like, Andrew said, if you have a good agreement with your wife, like, listen, I cook all day long. The last thing I want to do is cook. But if she comes up to me, he goes, listen, I don't feel cooking. Okay? Two options we have. Takeout or I cook. Which one do you want? She tells me, do you mind cooking? I wouldn't mind cooking. But it's not my favorite thing to do after work, but it is. Like, some things are meant for men. Like cutting the grass, clearing the snow, go start her car, warm her up. Small shit like that.
I go put gas in my wife's car. Sometimes I just get up, grab her keys, I go to the gas station, fill it up, come and bring it right back home.
That's right. You know what
I
I
think some of it, guys, might be. I literally just thought of this. Is a lot of the pushback possibly out of a woman's envy that we are men? Like, I think about the lions, right? And in the lion community, the women do most of the work. They do the hunting. They do the raising of the kids. The primary responsibility of a male lion is to mate. And if another pack of males come around, is to protect. And that's it.
Mate and protect.
The women get the catch, they hunt, they bring the food back, he gets first dibs.
They cooking every day.
And so could it be, but in that, they don't have the emotions like we do, but is it a lot of the things that I see a lot of guys do are like unseen? You know what I'm saying? It's almost like you ever see, like, especially with Obama, I don't see it as much now, but when Obama was president, you know how he would like come into like a restaurant or something like that, little something local in DC or whatever, and be like, hey, how everybody's doing or whatever, shake everybody's hand. He came in with a couple button men or whatever, and that's it. And that's all you think it is. He just goes out on the street and he does what he does. But if you really understood how that works, there is a perimeter that is created around the president that's several blocks long. It's a no-fly zone. You can't fly over where the president is. But a lot of people don't necessarily see that stuff. And they just think, oh, he just shows up. He just says, hey, comes in and everybody gets their cameras out, takes pictures of everything, buys something and bounces. But the act itself isn't necessarily, what needs to take place for those things to happen. A lot of people don't have that understanding. And so when we talk about what happens in our homes, the things that we do, the things that we may do to ensure that everything looks like everything is simple, like everything runs. And a lot of times the women in our lives don't necessarily understand what it takes. I mean, lately in recent years, I've shared with my daughters kind of what it takes to run a household. And it's like, to them, it's like, wow, like I had no idea you did all these different things, or I had all these responsibilities. Like, yeah, this is kind of like what we do. So I think maybe there might be some envy in that. It's like, wow, we do all these things that either they're physically incapable of doing or it would be too strenuous for them to do, but we just do them. And so is it possible that maybe that's what's emanating some of it, like the cooking and cleaning and whatnot? Is that really a big deal? Because as Mandrill said, you have to do half of that on your own anyway. You're not avoiding the responsibility, but why is it when it may look easy to me, but it's not, or you don't realize the depth of the things that I do, and those things maybe go unappreciated, then they start feeling a certain way saying, well, it looks like I do everything. And sometimes you have to tell them, you don't do everything. And if you want to go down the line of what I do, I'll trade task for task with you if you want to. And then they might be like, oh, okay, now I see what's going on. But I think sometimes they miss, and that could be part of the communication that my man was talking about before he left, that sometimes these things need to be communicated so it doesn't feel like I'm doing all the work and you're just sitting down doing nothing. No, it's like we get so good. We, especially with technology, with our phones, like I can control this whole house with my cell phone. Mm-hmm. And it's like, it's almost like, he's not doing anything, but yeah, I got all this stuff. I got, I put the what's the Google thermometer in the house or whatever.
Yeah. I got one too. Yeah.
I've saved on average 25% on heating and electric for the past year and a half.
Yep.
Which is almost hundreds, if not thousands of dollars of savings, especially in the wintertime, since doing that. They don't see that. Yeah. It's just, they may say, hey, it's a little cold. Can you turn it up? Or it's a little warm. Can you cool it down or whatever? Like, I'm like, sure, no problem. Boop, boop, boop. It's done. And they're like, so again, I think a lot of things that we do, I don't think it's necessarily understood. And maybe we need to do a better job of explaining it, but it just looks like, oh, I'm doing all this. They don't necessarily see what we do because we don't necessarily go out just like the Secret Service does. You don't know everything that is done to get to make things happen in the way that they need to happen.
Yeah.
And people just take for granted that, oh, well, again, the president just shows up in the building and he just showed up and just on a whim. No, it doesn't happen like these are coordinated, planned events. Everybody's going to be on their A game. Otherwise, you're going to have Dallas 1963 again if that happens.
Yep.
You know what, Mr. Bender, I think it's probably a little bit more deeper than that. And I think we need to ask the real questions. Why do you get upset when you feel like you're being robbed? You know what I mean? It just speaks to what Mandrell said a minute ago. You know, if you were single, you would have to do this stuff anyway. So all of a sudden, another body shows up and now you feel slighted. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and with another body, things get easier.
Right.
Like, I never understood that phrase, I can do bad all by myself.
Right.
Yeah, but if you got another person there, that person can help you dig out of that hole.
Right.
Twice as fast as you can, if not at the minimum.
It
minimum, twice as fast as you would by yourself.
Mandrell, it speaks to whether or not they value you as a person.
They don't. Oh, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think that their values are misguided.
I think that's the time for a deeper conversation.
You know, so the values are misguided at best because they don't. Here's the thing. I was about to call you grooming, but Lost. What I've noticed here, well, just watching people on YouTube, is that a lot of people don't know anything. JT, check this out. And you, because you watch Hamp's channel too, people don't even know what they want. Men and women. Yes, women. What do you want in a guy? He has to make a certain amount of money. He has to do this. I'm not being feminine unless he does this, unless he does that. It's all circumstantial. But they want the guy to do this stuff, and he can't be circumstantial. So it's like, okay, but that's not how it works, though. I don't think they want to play the game, but they want to play it by their own rules, and the game doesn't work that way. So since you're not playing by the rules, that's why everyone's losing. Nobody's playing by the rules. You got kids. I don't know if you guys watched Bill Maher, but he had new rules. He did his new rules. I think on his last show. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant, you know. And it goes back to like some things need to be streamlined. There are rules. You need to have structure, and people don't want the structure lost. Since there's no structure, everything's this. Wobbles, wax, wanes, and they don't know which way is up. They don't know what they want in people. They lean everything they want in a guy except character, integrity. He keeps his word. The things that are important. He's going to pick you up when you fall. You know what I'm saying? Take a bullet for you. Things like that. And the guys, these young cats, man, look. She be fit, feminine. They don't even know what fit, feminine, and friendly means. They just want a chick to be docile and not have any kind of adverse reactions to their bullshit.
But they fight against that. They fight against that more than the women do.
Exactly.
That's
it's
they have
weird.
No bar.
Exactly. Yeah, like I said, JT, they don't know what they want.
Weird.
Most of these people I listen to, I'm like, okay, they don't even know what they want.
Just speaking of the young men, they don't listen to old men because that's what they call us. And I'm trying to figure out old where, bitch. That's what I really want to say, right? They don't want to listen to someone red pill or whatever, right? Anything that is for the fortitude of man's integrity. They don't want to listen to any of that. They would throw all of it out, right? They don't want to listen to any men with some type of wisdom. They don't want to listen to nobody. And then they would bring their funky ass on these panels and complain that women don't like them. And this is where this whole drizzle bullshit is coming from. I hate that it was done from dudes that actually have some type of integrity. I get what they were doing. It was, what they call it? Sarcasm,
Satire.
right?
Yeah.
It was satire and sarcasm. They were just saying, listen, this is how y'all sound to us. Without saying this is how y'all sound to us. They just started, speaking the way that the women were speaking. And they said, don't that sound stupid to you? Think about how much it sound dumb to us, right? That's not what the men that's going to be out here trying to find somebody to follow, that's not what they're going to take it as. These motherfuckers are really going to be going out here talking about I'm just going to let you do whatever. They get it mixed up because they try to put marriage things into dating.
And it
They
don't work
know
that
each
way.
other. It doesn't work that way.
Right. Some things, JT, you don't get until you're married. Like the whole submissive thing. A woman should be submissive. Why should she submit to you? You're not her husband.
Right.
You know, I think that's a deeper conversation. Let me explain something to you. I
You feel
honestly
me?
believe.
Yep.
Listen, I honestly believe selfish people should not be married
At all.
period.
And I was about to bring that up, Loss.
At
I've only been
all.
married 2 months. And that is already the first lesson I've learned within the first week and a half I was married. I was like, you know what? If I was selfish, there's no way in hell this would work.
Right.
I was at home alone and it hit me. I was, if I was selfish, there's no way in hell this would work. Like at all. Selfishness has no place in a marriage. You have to be selfless.
Right.
That's what it's about. I can't look to her. Well, I want this, I want that. No, if I just be myself and she's really with me for me, she's gonna do those things. She does shit that I don't ask for and I don't expect her to do, and it's the most intimate shit of all time. Oh, it sat me down and gave me a haircut. I ain't talking about no baldy. She actually took out some clippers and faded me up.
That's what's up, man.
I didn't know she was planning that. She said, "Hey, come here a second." We go downstairs. She leads me downstairs, and we go into the laundry room. And I'm like, "Wait, what?" There's a chair there, one of those curtains they put around you, you know, and there's a bunch, some clippers and scissors sitting out, laid out. Have a seat. I sat down, and I'm like, "Is this really gonna?" And I didn't even know the woman could cut hair.
That's dope. That's
I had no
pretty
clue
dope.
she could do that. You know what I'm saying? And
Well,
that's
at least
way
now
more
you know
than-
you don't have to pay for another haircut ever again.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Now, man, what did you do for her? Did you massage her feet or whatever, man?
I massage her feet when she wants me to. I massage her back when she wants me to. No, no. Oh man, no. Do I have to tonight? None of that. Could you rub my back? Yeah.
But are y'all surprised?
And she cooks. She cooks 5 days a week.
Are y'all surprised that it's like that out here in the
But
dating
here's the
world?
thing. Here's the thing, gentlemen. You can have a prize too if you do the work. You see what I'm saying? And I think a lot of people stop with the first pick and they try to squeeze a round peg into a square hole. You
Yes,
see what I'm
sir.
saying? My whole thing is this: you have to make sure you have to find somebody who sees the world differently than you do. You know what I
Yes,
mean? And I think a lot of times people, they get somebody and they try to make them fit instead of allowing that person to be who they are. You see what I'm saying?
For sure.
Because if you try to twist people into your will, it's not going to last. It has to already be in them. You see what
They
I'm
have
saying?
to do it by choice.
Right.
That's the thing. They have to choose to do it. If they choose to do it, that's out of adoration. That's out of respect. That's out of longing and love.
Yeah.
But if you force someone to do it, they're doing it out of protest, and they're doing it for one, and they're doing it too because they don't want to do that, and they're being forced to do it. Just like when they go to work, they're being forced to go to work. That's why nobody wants to go to work.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If
Right.
you were doing a job that you like to do, if you're doing something that you like to do and you're being paid for it, different story. You would want to get up and do that. You'd be happy
Yeah.
as a pig in shit to wake up in the morning. I'm gonna go have fun today and get paid to do it.
Because the compensation is more than just money. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? That it's absolutely so. In a relationship, it's the same thing. That's why, you know, I just been thinking about it. I said, why are we talking about marriage to people that can't even have a relationship, don't even know anything about a relationship? It's kind of like even in the military. If you want to be, let's say in at Green Beret, ain't nobody talking to you about being no damn Green Beret in basic training.
No.
You ain't
They're
proved
talking about you.
yourself yet.
They talking to you about not. They talking about you being a fat ass, and you better pass this PT test.
Right.
Right.
If you want to be a doctor and you go to college, there's nobody talking to you about no damn surgery.
No.
They're not talking about surgery right now. You got to get the basics together first before you can get to the rest of that.
Right.
Ain't nobody talking to you about that. That's what we talking about when it comes down. And the thing is that people don't value synergy. That's what I see. There's no synergy when it comes down to relationships. It's I'm the man and you the woman. And in order for you to get over here with me, you're gonna have to be submissive. And they don't know nothing about being submissive. They don't know why. Why should she be submissive to you? I'm the woman. And in order for me to even talk to you, you got to be making, $175,000. For what?
People make excuses for people they don't like.
There you go. They're making excuses. You know why? Because they think that they can do what the people that are married can do. They think that they can do that because people done gave them a false sense of security when it comes down to it. This is what they're talking about, marriage, and they ain't even got a damn relationship. Anybody can get kids. Just fuck. Watch what happened.
And they talk about those guys that went with all the money, JT, but they have the brokies babies.
The brokies.
Everything
in their life is piss poor.
Yeah. They all have the babies by the broke niggas. I don't know. It's like, yo, what?
Yeah, this is
like you want a guy with 6 figures? Yeah, I've been through this, I've been through that, and now I deserve it. No, you deserve nothing.
Again, there we go again. Deserve.
You're right. You deserve nothing.
Hold on, y'all. We have a special guest in the background. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all put your hands together for
Codius King need to come back. Shout out to Codius King out there in the chat.
What up, man? What up, Black Spider Guy? What's happening, man?
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going, bro?
It's going good, brother.
You're not black.
I'm pretty sure I'm black. I just sound like this. Look at my hands. Ooh, look at that.
Yeah, he got black.
That's makeup.
Black Spider Guy, you've been watching the show, man. What do you think so far?
Hey, I got a question for him really fast. Were you in the second Spider-Man game? I thought I saw you swinging around with the two Spider-Man guys.
Not pretty sure I was in the library reading a book. I saw them swinging by, but I was just hanging low, man, hanging low.
So why didn't you back them up when they were fighting Venom back there? That's what I'm curious.
I was fighting hunger and getting ready to do my set in the gym. That's what I was doing.
Another bro god. JT.
The last time you came through Black Spider Guy, we were wrapping the show up, man, and I'm glad you came back, brother. At the beginning of the show.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Welcome, brother.
Yeah, another brokey with 8 kids.
Nope, I ain't got no kids, brother. 0.
I think we got another video, man. We're gonna go ahead and play that one. We're gonna add that to the stage, and I think Black Man wanted us to take a look at this and react to this. So give me a second.
Where is Black Man unfiltered anyway?
I would dismiss any man that came up with a conversation about 50-50 because he's lacking somewhere in terms of his masculinity. I don't think a woman should ever marry a man that does not have a mind to 100% provide for her. That 100% heart as a man, you have to simply clearly communicate where you're going to your woman so that she understands every day in and out that this is not where we're parking at. That's really the currency that a woman needs to stay motivated in a relationship with a man. The 50-50, it's not about the money.
It's not about the money.
It's mindset. And when women have an issue with 50-50, what they're subconsciously, they may not even realize it. They are upset about the fact that this dude is not showing up.
All right.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, we're going to start with Mr. Bennett on this one.
Wow.
Not sure I got all the cons. It seemed like that video was a little bit chopped, so I don't know if some of his things he was saying.
Let me play it one more time.
He was just another broke ass hater, Mr. Bennett. Don't pay him no attention.
We're gonna play it one more time.
Let's play it one more time because it probably be good this time.
Woman, I would dismiss any man that came up with a conversation about 50-50 because he's lacking somewhere in terms of his masculinity. I don't think a woman should ever marry a man that does not have a mind to 100% provide for her. That 100% heart as a man, you have to simply clearly communicate where you're going to your woman
so that
she understands every day in and out that this is not where we're parking at. That's really the currency that a woman needs to stay motivated in a relationship with a man. The 50-50, it's not about the money.
It's not about the money.
It's mindset. And when women have an issue with 50-50, what they're subconsciously, they may not even realize it. They are upset about the fact that this dude is not showing up.
All right, gentlemen.
So I can't decipher if he's for 50-50 or against it. Because initially he said any man. Okay, so any man who's against 50-50, he won't entertain the guy. But then he says at the end, if a woman has a problem with a 50-50, it's because the guy is lacking. It's like he's lacking in some area of his life. So that's what kind of threw me off a little bit as far as where he was going with it. I definitely think that certainly, again, I make very little distinction between a man and a husband. So again, if you're going to go into a relationship, you should be willing to do 100% whatever it takes to make sure that relationship is successful. So I certainly agree with that. Now, what you barter in terms of what that your relationship looks like, again, you determine that on your own. Right. As long as everybody keeps up what they intend to keep up, that needs to be clearly communicated what your roles and responsibilities are. I think that's negotiable to a certain extent. But a man should never stop being a man in terms of being able to, be ready to act in his role to preserve, to protect his marriage, his woman. I don't necessarily see I don't see an issue with that. But as far as for the and as far as what he did say, like a man needs to basically essentially set like not necessarily like have a destination, like a woman should always know where the relationship is going, and that's her currency to stay motivated in the relationship. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. I think you should be motivated because you said I do. So again, if I got to keep motivating you to kind of keep following so you're setting up what we talk about conditional femininity when we talk about women who will only be as long as they feel a certain way that they're going to keep going. No, I mean I do. There's certain things called duty and obligation. The fact that you're a wife, just like I'm a husband, we have duties and responsibilities. So I shouldn't have to motivate you by some vision of going forward that to keep you motivated. I don't believe in that because you'll never satisfy. I don't think you'll ever satisfy anyone that way.
You won't. Sounds like that's a person that you can't satisfy. If you always if you find yourself in a situation where you have to constantly convince someone of something somehow, you'll be doing that the rest of your life.
Oh yeah, most definitely. The way this guy talks about women, though, it's almost like they're children. And, you're their dad. Girls fought for equality. They wanted to be seen as the same. I'm all for it because, at the end of the day, they like to play this hypocrisy game of I'm a woman 1 minute and then I'm Superwoman the next moment. And I think that, at the end of the day, we should just give them what they want, even though we know that's not necessarily how it's supposed to be. And then once they burn their hands like a kid touching fire, they'll realize that the way it was better. But, that's just how I feel about it personally. I don't think that a man is not masculine because he wants 50-50. We're doing what they said they wanted, what they professed for, 70, 80, 60 years, somehow, with this feminism crap.
Yeah, you're right. If a man who's proposing 50-50 is actually giving her equality, you have a financial stake in the whole in the game. So, I mean, why would you get pissed off at that? But again, it's selfish, and selfishness has no place in a marriage. And it's not going to work if even one of you is selfish. The whole thing comes falling down, man. You know what I'm saying? The whole thing. And my comments to what the guy said, 50-50, like, okay, you have to put it in context too. We all know that it's best to get married young. That way you can form that bond with each other. You go through, you help each other build something together. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's the best time to get married. But if you're that young, who's going to be able to pay all the bills by themselves? Neither one of you.
I don't think he's addressing how the dating market has evolved and changed. You've got people like the sprinkle lady teaching women to get married and divorce their man at the 6-year mark, 5-year mark. Like, girls are playing this game where they're able to generate income and then utilize your income, pretend and have fun and do whatever they want to do. There's a lot of guys out there that are doing the traditional thing, which I think is the right thing, but also in the same hand, they're dealing with a modern woman, right? They're a traditional man with a modern woman has traditional like tendencies, but deep down wants to do whatever the hell she wants. So, the man is doing what he's supposed to do. He's providing, he's doing 100%, he's taking care of his woman, but the woman, low key has modern tendencies that are going to eventually show themselves and tear down whatever he's built. That's my issue with all this.
Indeed. Grumman, it's on you, brother. Thoughts?
This is a little bit of a rough one, I would say, because it can go both ways. For years and years, they were complaining like Black Spidey said. But I wanted to share a story that somebody told me once. I worked with her. we were talking bullshit and one day she goes, oh, I'm divorced. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Like, don't. I'm like, I got bored of him. I'm like, excuse me? I literally got bored of him and I literally divorced him so I can find another man. I go, that's kind of fucked up, actually. So what could have changed that? I go to her, like, I don't know. Like, that was his problem, not mine. I went like, wow. Just wow. I was shocked when I heard that. So what? Were like toys to them? And like when they, dries, out of money and all this stuff, they move on to the next guy? I don't think that's right.
Happens a lot, man.
Oh, I know. It does. It happens more often than we think. And it continue to happen.
Trey Fergus, on you, brother. You saw the video. What do you think, man? Was he right?
Again, man, shout out to my wife, man.
No, he was not right.
Listen, I think when I hear stuff like this, man, it just amazes me because I think every marriage has its uniqueness about it. We are all different as men, and it's important to understand that the women that we want to marry also. I think the younger generation, I don't know. What is it? The millennials and Gen Zers or whatever they are. I don't think none of them are traditional because my understanding of traditional, man, is that we understood the importance of working for ourselves to provide for ourselves. And then, we're going to provide for our families regardless. I just see a lot of people trying to be selfish and have a partner. So I don't know, man. It's just getting weird hearing young people talk about relationships that are 15, 20 years younger than me. They can't tell me shit about a relationship. Nothing at all. They can tell me about their personal relationship, but not just how to, just to be better. I'll listen to people my age and older. They've had some experiences and continue to try to get better. It's just that people seem to get stuck in whatever age they got their heart broke, man or women. I hear it all the time. Oh, man, no, man, when that happened? Man, when I was 19, she broke my heart. And you stuck there. Not every woman's like that. Same as men, the women do the same.
Yeah, it is. All women are like that, Trey Ferg. Early one of
that was
they all hold.
It's just scary because in this... What is it? Since COVID, you need $10,000 more to have the same lifestyle, and nobody's willing to put in the work.
Man, it's gonna get worse.
Their capacity, so it's just kids are gonna have a fucked up future because these selfish ass Gen Zers and millennials, they ain't giving a damn about nobody but theyself. They spending all that shit on video games and fucking hair weave and nails and makeup. That's it. So
you're not wrong. You're not wrong. My generation is definitely screwing around and messing things up. And unfortunately, the older generation, y'all did it right. But, in woman's desire to be free, she ignored the cons that come with that. A lot of girls nowadays regret what happened in the 1960s, but it's like at the same time, they still want to have their cake and eat it too. It's been a mess.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I think?
I want to touch base with what Trey said because I have a good example of that. Because I had a buddy of mine that it was love this girl for years. I know I know he goes like keep talking about like when are you gonna move on? So eventually they got back together. She did the same thing again to him. Like milked him for money, cheated on him, moved on. Came back again a few years later. Back and forth for 3 or 4 years. And I finally looked at him like, dude, when are you gonna wake up? I'm like, seriously, you're this every time you got some money saved up, she comes back in the picture. So when are you gonna learn?
That's my cue. Every time you get some money.
Like, that's why I said to him. Or 3 of us, we're laughing. I'm like, you know what? Next time, before you even waste money on her, just give it to us. We can invest it better for her. I could use a new car. He could use a new TV. We're just, breaking his balls. He's going like, and he's like, I know he was really upset, but like, she's not wife material. How many times you don't get that through your head? But maybe the 3 first times you couldn't get a clue. Maybe 4 or 5 times will come, figure it out.
A lot of guys don't even know what a wife is. Really, a lot of guys don't even know what flags to look for. They just shooting in the dark. She's attractive. She's got a fat butt. I'm gonna go after it. Don't even try to.
With him too, because me and him were having that conversation about his brother, because his brother has, spoiled his wife. He gets her a nice bag every so often, kids and everything. He goes, my wife's never going to get a Gucci bag or Gucci shoes. I'm like, why? Like, if she, you guys have the money and you're okay with it, what? No. I'm like, what about your guns, George? I went to him. I'm just using George for example. His name is not George. But I said, George's name. I said, what about your guns, dude? He goes, what about my guns? My guns are an investment. Like, for a woman, shoes and a purse is an investment. And he's arguing tooth and nail. My girl was never going to get her nails done. I'm like, so you're going to control her, you're saying? He goes, it's not controlling. I'm like, yeah, it is, dude. And then she comes back. He spends some money on her and back to the same story again.
That's the Charlie Brown syndrome. I don't know if you guys know about that.
What is it? Help me out there, dude.
So every time that Charlie Brown
he tries to kick the football,
Lucy holds the football, say, this time I'm going to let you kick it, Chuck. And every time he goes to kick the football, she moves the football, he falls up in the air and busts his head. That's the Charlie Brown syndrome.
Rinse and repeat.
I'll do this time. I'll do right this time. I
got it. I got you, Charlie Brown. I know what I did last time was messed up, but I won't ever do that again, and I'm sorry.
Charlie Brown will fall for it every single time.
You say, come on, Chuck.
For it.
Kick it, Chuck.
Here's the issue, man. I think what it is, it really comes down to economics. Technically, when SB said one pot, that was just so everybody has transparency. Yes. And nobody feels like one person is doing more than the other. When people start bringing up 50, we all both know that most men make more money than women, okay? So that means her 50% is actually going to take away a lot more than what she's willing to bargain for. You see what I'm saying? Say his 50% in a larger home or something like that, he can handle that and he'll still have some money left over. But if she had to kick in her 50%, if she makes less money, then she has less to do whatever it is she wants to do. But the problem is that when you get married, it should be one pot, one mindset. So if it's in there, do what you got to do. And that way nobody feels slighted. And I think that's the main issue with people having with 50-50, to be honest.
But there's no real protections against her slighting him is the issue in the modern day, where you've got girls that are being trained by women on the internet to use that as a money grab.
And here's the dangerous part for men, Spidey, is that you can't worry about there not being any protections. You still have to go into that situation full regalia, butt naked, no armor, no guard up.
Yeah.
I have to agree to disagree with you.
Here's the thing. You want a marriage, a real one, like the ones we're talking about? That's what you have to do. Now, this modern day, where you coming from, believe me, I understand you. I understand what you're talking about. But if you want a real marriage, both of you have to go in there butt naked, raw with each other.
Yeah, but the man still loses more in the end. That's not fair. See, my thing is that a real marriage has nothing to do with money or monetary assets. If you want to go all the way back, that's a government thing. If men nowadays are not going to take that risk, especially with girls leaving marriage a lot more than they used to in the past. Right? I understand that a real marriage in the past, that's what you did, but it's a different time period and the women are not like what they used to be. And they're more likely to press that divorce button than anything. They're not really willing to work it out and sit through it. Like my parents been married for 40 years, right? And they went in butt naked and everything. But again, that's a different generation, different mindset. My generation replaces cell phones and TVs and apartments like this. And they do it also with relationships. So that kind of advice, though advisable maybe in a different time period today, I don't think is advisable because there's too many people losing. I have a follower on Instagram. He's 40 years old. He lost his house. He had to leave his job. He had to move in with his parent. It's just too much to lose in the 21st century. If anything, if you are going to play this game of marriage, then I feel like you should go in with a prenup or have some kind of trust fund. You have to protect yourself. You've got women out here that have 5 baby daddies. You got girls out here who have been married 3 or 4 times. I don't advise that. It doesn't make sense to me.
That's fine. Here's the thing. Those women you avoid at all costs. That ain't what you're looking for. Okay.
But
she's not good at making
here's the thing, man, Gerald.
But also it goes back to what I said before. Should have had my point and I lost it. I'm getting
Mandra, here's the thing. Who's
but,
teaching the men?
It's like you can't be afraid of that. That's
to lose
scary.
all your
Yeah,
shit.
it's scary, but it's
Here's
scary.
the thing,
But
Mandra. I acknowledge
it's
what
about
he's
people
saying.
not. Yeah, I acknowledge what he's saying as well. But it's about playing by the rules. That's why so many people are getting divorced. So many relationships aren't working out. The game is the game. This is how you have to approach each other and engage in this marriage, or it's not going to work. Those are the rules. People ain't playing the game by the rules. That's why they're losing.
Mandra, here's the thing, man. I think that guys need to take a step back, man, and realize that is a real consequence. Now, here's the thing. We also know that there's also a benefit to being married. Now, if I'm looking to get married, here's the situation. I'm going to ask somebody who has experience and wisdom. I'm going to come to somebody like Mr. Bennett and say, Mr. Bennett, when you chose your wife, what exactly did you do? How did you overcome that? How did you know that she was that particular one? What should I look for? The problem is, I think the younger generation don't want to ask the older generation what it is that they had to do. Now, here's the thing. You may have to go through a lot more women to get the same result based upon the environment that you're in. So that's why you have to consult with other people to determine whether or not this person is even worth marrying. I don't recommend anybody get married, man, at all, unless it is to the person that you're supposed to be with. All this getting married because somebody else said so, that's a bad idea to get married. So, Mr. Bennett, could you share us a little bit about what happened in your particular situation? If you had an opportunity to advise a younger gentleman about getting married, what would you tell him? What advice would you give him in today's climate?
Well, I think it starts with him. I think you have to know exactly what you want. Why do you want to get married? What purpose does it serve in your life? And what do you value? What do you want in a woman? Set your bar. Set your standards. And then as you interact with women, make sure that they meet the standard that you're looking for. But I think what to look for in a woman, I simply think you just need to get with someone who's willing to follow you. I think at the end of the day, to keep, because, all those other, certain things are negotiable, but is she willing to follow you? If you're dating, one thing I'm always particular with, if you're dating someone, does she respect your time?
Mm-hmm.
Is she always late? You know what I'm saying? Just certain things. Is she willing to say, okay, you're the one who's going to come up with the ideas. You're the one who's going to come up with the plans and whatnot. Is she willing to follow those? Or is it always, well, what you want to do? I don't know what you want to do. Again, if you know who you are, if you know what you want, if you know where you're going, then again, you set the plans, you set the agenda. This is what we're doing. And then see what her response is. Is she going to follow you or not? Or is it always an argument over, well, I think I'd rather do this, or let's do this, or whatever. So, so really, can she really vibe with you? The main reason I picked my wife, like I said, in my bio and in the document that I wrote, I wanted a woman who was short. My wife is 5'11", over 6 feet in heels.
Mm-hmm.
But she was still saying, look, I'm still willing to follow this brother. I like where he's going, and I want to be a part of it. We worked out everything later on. My wife didn't know how to cook. She, there was a lot of technical skills that she did not have that she acquired over time. But she was willing to follow me. And even to this day, if I decide to make a decision on certain things, a couple weeks ago we were talking about men in the church and everything, and, guys leaving church. If I decided that we were going to another church, there's no argument.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I go where you go. She follows me. So I think when you're looking for a woman, ultimately I think that's what you're looking for. Can she get on your program? But the first question you have to ask yourself is, do you have a program? Do you have an agenda? Do you have a direction that she's like, I want to tie myself to this brother where he's going? It doesn't even matter how much income that you have, but are you moving in a positive direction?
Mm.
So but ultimately it starts with you. Who are you? What do you want? Where are you going? Or are you just spouting red pill talking points, talk about, oh, I want a woman to be this or that, but who are you? And I had to do a lot of, that kind of self-reflection. It had to start with me in terms of understanding who I was and what I wanted before I could then go out there and then start asking God and the universe in terms of what I wanted.
So basically you had to set the framework for the standard that you needed to set. Is that
right?
correct?
But I had to be the standard.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? The standard starts with me, not with her.
Right.
She can't make me this, into a better standard. I have to want that. And it's not something that, the man that I am now is not the man I was 28 years ago.
Right.
I'm always resetting the standard. I'm always trying to be better. I'm always trying to improve. It took me a long time to do this.
Yeah. And so, Mr. Bennett, you know what happens too? Just listen to the young guys. They would say, well, you old dudes, you guys are saying it like it's back in your day. The crazy part is they act like this is not our time either. Like we was in the 90s and we did our thing in the 90s. And now that we are where we at now, we stopped living. No, we're still here. We in this world right along with y'all in this world doing our thing too. Still. It's not like we died after that. And then a lot of times it is that people can't picture you, like Mr. Bennett. They can't picture you 19 years old, 22 years old. They think in 92 that you look like how you look now, that you speak the way that you speak now, like you had that mindset that you got now. No, that's not how this shit go.
It's constant. It is constant transformation.
It is constant transformation.
I'd love it if I had a picture of myself when I was 19. So when I graduated college, I'm 6'3". When I graduated college, I was 147 pounds. I looked like Jimmy Walk from Good Times.
Dynamite.
Straight up.
Did you have an afro back then too?
Didn't have one. I had a kid and play. I had a kid and play high. High like this. I had that going on. But
I'm picturing it right now. You know that, right?
You're like,
I had no game. I was just trying to figure some things out, and but I would say this. I think Mandrell might have made the point earlier. I think certainly being married certainly has given me a different set of priorities. Certainly it's made me more disciplined. I was disciplined to an extent going in. But there's no such thing as discipline, right? Discipline is like task specific. So you can be very disciplined with your working out, but lazy with your diet, or vice versa. So there were certain areas of my life that I had discipline over, but I didn't have discipline over everything. Being married made me more disciplined in more specific areas that was conducive to my marriage.
Yeah.
And then overall,
you focus.
And overall, I became better because of being married.
Marriage,
but you got to, as a man, you have to have certain things in place already. You have to be in the process of improvement, in the process of working for things. You have to, who you are, because you come into this world by yourself, you're going to leave by yourself. So who the man is, who you want to be, you have to start to work on that and figure some things out before you bring anybody else into your world. Otherwise, you're creating if your life is chaotic, a woman is not necessarily going to make your life less chaotic.
It'll bring more chaos to it.
It's everything reveals. And I'm saying a woman, kids.
Yeah.
Yep.
You should never have kids because you want to bring harmony to your life.
And peace. It's to reveal, and that's what because we always say that relationships are not meant to save you. They won't save you. It's to bring out the bullshit that you've been hiding from yourself thus far.
Yeah.
You know what I think, Mr. Bennett?
I agree with Mr. Bennett. Marriage has, and like I said, in this little heartbeat that I've been married so far, it has made me more focused.
Yeah.
Like the scope, like my shot group is going from say here, it's dialed in.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It really makes you dial in. But it, like he also said, depends on the man that you are. Are you the kind of guy who does that? But to me, I think you have to have things like integrity, self-accountability.
Yeah.
You have to actually give a shit about the person you're married to as well.
Here's
You know
my
what I'm
thing. Here's my thing, man. I think there's room for a gap between the older generation and the younger generation. What they're asking for is more technical nuance. Now, as far as principles are concerned, the older gentleman can provide that, but they probably need somebody who's got boots that are closer to the ground to where they are. They need somebody who's a bridge. Somebody like me that bridges Mr. Bennett and somebody like Spider Guy. You see what I'm saying? They need somebody to say, hey, look, this is what you look for in the technical. You know, here's the thing. When you're out, don't do so much talking. Listen to what she says. Here's what you listen for. Listen to see if she has a spirit for helping other people.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be one of those things that's going to be the foundation for your marriage. Also, if she comes from poverty or something like that, she has a proclivity or a fear of being impoverished. So that is somebody who's probably going to have more of an appetite to take from you or steal from you. You see what I'm saying? Those are some of the nuances that I think the younger guys are actually looking for, that they need. Now, once they get that down, then of course, you need to know who you are. Of course, that's something that you need to work on, you know, or alongside of listening to this other person, or whether or not this is somebody who wants to learn, who wants to grow. Ask them about kids. You know, how do you feel like you should discipline your kids? Not only discipline your kids, how can you increase your kids' wisdom and knowledge over years? How do you plan on doing that from a small baby all the way up until they're 20, 30, 40 years old, when they're asking you, hey, I'm thinking about getting married. What advice would you give me? Those are the things, are the conversations that you need to have from the entire beginning. But if you're not open to actually add that into your conversation in the beginning, you're going to get a few stumbling blocks. So I think it's that particular nuanced conversation that I think we need to have, because everybody today wants something. But the thing about it is nobody's willing to put in the work that it takes to get what needs to be done. Everybody wears the same makeup. Everybody wears the same clothes. It's what you do when nobody's looking that counts. And I think that's the issue that I think the younger guys are worried about, is that these people look like the same people who did them, you know, dirty before. And our thing is this: we have to teach them not to use their eyes and to use their ears more, because your ears won't lie to you. When your eyes lie to you, people can put on makeup or whatever, but when you hear the nuances and the tones in somebody's voice, how they disrespect you, I think that speaks volumes. And I think that is what the younger guys need. They need that nuanced conversation to have, to make sure that they feel safe in an environment so that they can seek wisdom from the older gentleman.
Dope. And yeah,
sense?
when you see, it makes a lot of sense, because when you see a magician, right, it's all visual. It's all visual. That's why they know how to make you look one way while they're doing something another way. That's why they like, wow. That's why you would see the magicians now, they're saying, okay, the gig is up on the whole thing on the illusion. So what they do now is they would tell you it is a trick. I need you to figure out how I did it, right?
Right.
And this is the thing now, because now they know that people are a little more advanced now in their thinking.
Right.
But when you're talking about just visual, this is what's happening right now. So what's happening, and it's been happening for generations, where us as men, we keep trying to compromise with our desires to have sex. We keep compromising it, right? We keep falling victim to our own insecurities and desires to have sex with women that we think that's easy, that's going to give us sex, right? So guess what we end up doing? Saying fuck those kids before those kids are even born. You know how we do it? We end up having sex with a woman unprotected.
You compromise.
We find out that we don't even like them. Now it's too late, because now we're building, and we just multiplied another version of me and this woman that I don't like. Vice versa, the same thing with women. That's my power. Maybe he'll like me even more if I go ahead and have sex with him. So both of you guys be sitting there, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What's going on tonight? What you got going on? It takes more effort to have sex with somebody than people even think, man. And even with women, it used to be that women were nervous no matter what it was. Even if they did have sex with you, they were nervous about that. And they were a little more conscious of, damn, if they had sex with you unprotected, they're going to have a guilty feeling about it. If they had sex with you, there's a guilty feeling about it, especially if they only did it once or twice. You don't see that anymore. The culture is you have sex with whoever you want. Liberate yourself, girl. With dudes, it's like, shit, you better go ahead and get that right now. You better hear it before she say no. You better hurry up before she say no, boy. It's hot, ready, and willing. And the opportunity is right now. She ready to go. So then they say, fuck those kids. That's human beings saying, fuck those kids. Because now we got sex. She get pregnant. We don't like each other. By the time she's in her second trimester, she's somebody's baby mama, and she don't know nothing about me. And she would do it, what they call it? Rinse and repeat.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
3-4 times. Then, now that I'm 35, I need to get out here and date again because this shit is not working. So what do they say? I want a man with 6 figures. He got to have all these accolades that I like for today. We don't know. Next year is going to be some other shit. He got to have an afro or he got to have a goddamn belt buckle that
whatever
says
the flavor of the
Joe.
day is.
Whatever the flavor is, that's what he's going to have. So they say, well then, all right, what is it that you're bringing? What you mean? I'm bringing confidence. I'm bringing, what's the other shit they be bringing, man? This
communication.
Should be communication. I'm bringing, I'm bringing all these things. Do you know that women are ordering equally yoked? They're ordering this shit. They're ordering this shit.
What do you mean ordering?
That's what it is now. It's on the menu. I need a man that is equally yoked.
But okay, what does that mean?
What the fuck are you talking about, JT?
What does that mean? Yeah, ask him what does that mean. Hey,
that's what I mean.
Spidey.
No, listen to what I'm saying, brother.
Guarantee you ask a woman, if a woman ever says that to you, ask her, what do you mean by equally yoked?
All
Listen
of them
to her
say
fumble
this.
over her tongue.
Right, but
she'll
all
have
of them
no
say
clue what it is. She'll have no clue what she's talking about.
So what I'm saying is this. It's the part of fuck those kids. They're having children with men and women that they don't even know, let alone like, let alone respect. They don't even know them. These are strangers having kids, and they're doing it multiple times. And then they want to get out here and say, I deserve someone to, guess what? Make me happy. Another shit that's some bullshit. Make me happy, equally yoked. And then they would tell you, like, on that Kendra G, she always asks them, what are deal breakers? But if you have more than 3 kids, that's a deal breaker. First and foremost, how the fuck is it a deal breaker? You see what I'm saying? You see what the mindset is? That can't be a deal breaker because you already know that they have the kids. That don't break the deal. You know when you meet the person what the fuck they have. Equally yoked, you won't know anything about equally yoked until what? You're in the relationship. They're ordering this shit on a fucking menu, which means it's telling me that people don't know what the hell they want.
And I told you that in the beginning.
Women and men.
Yeah, Spidey. I don't know if you were here for the beginning. In the very beginning of this tonight's broadcast, I said that.
They don't know what the fuck
people
they
have
want.
no idea what they want.
I want some equally yoked that's 6 feet tall.
Make 6 figures.
The minimum 6 figures.
He doesn't make anything. Nothing about integrity. Nothing about character. Nothing about his character, Spidey.
Well, six out of 10 relationships in my generation start on the internet. And they use things like Bumble and Tinder to categorize men similar to buying a cell phone or a TV. Equally yoked is just a guy being fit, abs, buff, all that stuff. And,
how's that equally yoked? She has a muffin top.
But see, that's the thing, though. Girls say that they want a man that's equally yoked, fit, and all that shit, but they're not. They want to have their cake and eat it too. A lot of these girls are still high school girls in adult bodies, and haven't been taught what it means to be mature, what it means to find a man. A lot of them are looking for, Pookie and Ray Ray, trying to get their guts dug out because they're told by Sprinkle Lady that their 20s are for fun and then 30s is for settling. But they've been teaching themselves for about 20 years, 10 years, whatever, that all they need to do is fuck around. And then by the time they're ready to settle down, they don't even know what it means to be in a committed relationship. They've trained their brain to just fuck all the time, and they're not a good wife selection. That's why a lot of these girls are alone, single mom.
But also at the same time, in that a lot of them are so they, cool. You want to go into part phase? Cool, do it. But be smart about it. Wrap your shit up. I'm not talking about
a lot of girls don't like condoms. That's another thing. Girls don't like condoms.
When did this start happening?
That's why girls. If you look at Chicago and Texas, they have the highest STI rate right now, and women are the biggest proliferators of that. Specifically in our community, because they like to do it raw. Girls talk about it all the time. Sexy Red talks about it in her songs. Megan Thee Stallion talks about it. Get banged out raw.
They did Black Spider. They wasn't the ones that started it. The shit started about 15 years ago when you had motherfuckers was sitting there. Women were saying that they was allergic to condoms, and they were allergic to birth control, and they were allergic to all this. But then when it came down to and what's the other one? They don't believe in fucking abortion.
Right. That's funny you say that, because half of those women have 5 kids with 5 different baby daddies, and they're driving a fucking BMW down the street.
Yeah, because they're getting that paycheck from the government.
So then this is the thing. To the men, we are poor vetters.
That should be easy.
It should be so fucking easy now. You got the answers right in front of you, and easy. Your dumb ass can't even sit back and say, I'll ignore it. I'll pass on it.
It's not
they can't pass on shit though.
It's not just the men and the bad vetting. It's also the women and them being influenced by their friends and social media. Social media highly influences women when it comes to dating and relationships. You've got women divorcing their husbands because their favorite TikToker says to leave a man that acts a certain way. So TikTok and Instagram and YouTube, a lot of women, my mother almost did this dumb shit too, get influenced by the internet, think that the things their husbands are doing are minimum or not enough because sprinkle this and that. And then they were willing to destroy their relationships just so they can get some social media clout. So it's not just men vetting, it's also women being influenced by bad sources. So it's a combination of two things altogether.
Absolutely.
Well, let me ask you a question. What do you think makes women so susceptible to
women? It's their natural inclination of protection when men are not around, right? When men were not around and men were out in the forest hunting big game, women stuck in groups together because they were not as physically strong. They're stronger together. That's the sisterhood thing. They're better together. They're able to emote together, understand each other better. Men were not built that way. We're more so lone wolf, get what we need, go out and explore. When we were out exploring for days at a time, women were in the hut. And most of the women that were at the hut, what did they have to do? They had each other. And that's just evolution over time. So girls are a lot more easily influenced by other women because they look at other women as the biggest bee, the biggest bitch, the biggest queen, whatever. They follow her and they try to mimic her in the best way they can because they want to mimic her success, not realizing that just because she's successful through the way she acts doesn't mean that's going to work for you, because girls don't want to think that they're a 4 or a 3. They all want to think they're fucking 10s. Men, we have the ability to realize he's the general, I'm the infantryman, you're the radio guy. We can kind of, I'm a 4, you're an 8. We can accept that. Girls are not willing to because they don't want to be discounted out of potentially uplifting their status. Because girls are all about absorbing, men are all about producing.
Now, you know what's weird about that is
you're talking about a different breed of man. This is a whole different type of man that we're dealing with.
But watch this.
Not producing, because if you can actually say that I'm looking to go into a soft era, what in the hell are you producing?
Why do you think that is? Why men don't just see? That's another thing with men. We don't just do shit just cause. Men react off of what the majority of women want. If a woman says, "I want a man with a big ass house," the majority of men, okay, we're all going to work to get houses. If girls said all across the world, "We want men that are firefighters," most men would go out and try to become engineers or firefighters. Women are saying across the world, "We don't need men. Fuck men. I can do it myself." So men go, "Okay, so you don't need me, so I'm going to become a soft guy." It's all a reflection of the dating market at hand.
Why is this question then? Why are men even conforming to what women want?
They're not conforming, they're being petty. It's different. It's how you perceive it.
What I'm saying is that's the same behavior that women do. Why be petty?
Here's my thing. Hold on a second, Trey Ferg. Why be afraid of women? Why not? My thing is this: why not meet the enemy on the battlefield in which you meet them? See, I think I got a problem with men who like to say, "I don't argue with women, and I don't do this and I don't do that." My whole thing is this: sometimes you got to stand your ground as a man and meet the enemy where you meet them, and beat the enemy where you beat them. And I think that's a cowardice way of actually addressing an issue that you have a problem with. And I think a lot of men don't pick themselves up and say, "Hey, look, let's address this issue," instead of saying, "I'm going to ignore what she's going to say." All she's going to do is make your life miserable and make it worse. I'll give you an example. They have this whole thing on Instagram where they ask women, "Would you rather be in the woods with a man or a bear?"
Oh, I just made a video on that.
99% of the women said that they would rather be in the forest with a bear.
Yeah.
How ignorant is that? And sometimes you have to meet people with the stupidity and say, "Are you for real? That bear is going to eat you." If you're not used to hunting like men, you already know you don't fool with a bear unless you got some type of weapon. You see what I'm saying?
No.
And I think we need to address those situations.
If you got a weapon, don't fuck with a bear. I don't care if you got a weapon. You don't.
You know what it is? It's
you can't. Bears are nightmares.
Exactly.
It's a nightmare. Okay. There's video footage, just to prove that I'm correct, of guys fucking up a bear with AK-47s, 30-06s, all 7.62 rounds, right? And all it did was piss the bear off. They're lighting this thing up. He stands up on the road. Yes, it made him do that. The shots did. Bro, you don't know, just pretend to be dead. That's
you know, man, here's where you're wrong. Here's where you're wrong. I'll keep where you're wrong. Hang on.
Hungry?
Y'all better not be arguing about no goddamn bears. I tell you that much.
I think you're missing the point. It was a choice between a man or a bear.
Well, they're conditioned to think this way nowadays, fellas.
Well, it's because women don't understand what real fear is. Like, I remember a girl told me one time, she's like, a woman can beat a man. She just has to train. And I said, hold on. And I said, the reason why you think a woman can be physically superior to a man is because you live in the safest era humanity has ever lived in and don't have to, on a regular basis, face mass adversity that would force you to realize that you need a man. You have machines, you've got other social services, you've got other men that are willing to assist you. And for the most part, you don't got to pick up a heavy ass log. You don't got to climb up a fucking hill. You don't see the physical attributes of a man and the necessity of them, so you downplay them. You see them as nothing. But if you were to go into maybe a World War III scenario, or you were to go into a situation where everything's fucked up and there's no electrical system, women would then fall back to their default mode because then they would see the necessity in male strength. The society we live in makes it easier for women to live. Therefore, they see no necessity in male strength. That's why they think that a bear is easier to deal with than a man.
But here's my little pushback. I consider a woman like bears. So from far away, they're nice and sweet. Hear me out. They're nice and sweet from far away, but when they get closer, but here's my second analogy.
You're a funny guy.
Let's know who write my scripts on the side.
It was pretty funny.
But here's my other analogy that couple years back, and you guys are from who are retired vets who will understand this. They trained 5 women to do special forces stuff. They trained snipers and everything. He said, shoot the kid. They looked at each other. Now they can pull a trigger. A man can't pull a trigger if a kid's running with a bomb and kill a whole squad. One kid versus a whole team. Which one would you pick?
Shoot a kid.
Thank you.
Fuck that kid.
That's my point. I hate to say that. I hate to say that.
Look at Trey Fur.
You ain't gonna hate to say that if you was actually in that damn situation.
I have a lot of friends who are very.
You would not say that if you was in that situation.
Yeah, Trey. If you're in that situation, here's how I rationalize it. When I was interviewed afterwards, it was like, so how'd you feel doing this to a child? I said, I didn't do it. What child? The child. I said, no, I didn't. So you didn't do that? I said, no. Oh, you talking about the shooting? Yeah. That wasn't a child. That was a soldier. Because the kid picked up a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Once you pick up that weapon and aim it to myself or my teammates to use it against us, you're no longer a child. You are now a soldier.
That goes
in all ages.
If you're not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong. It goes those what war rules or something like that. They're called. Okay.
Oh, it's not there. That's
the rules of engagement.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just that was my rationalization of it because I mean I needed something to help me sleep at night.
But my point is trying to get across this: women say they don't need us men, but when it comes to this, World War III scenario like Black Spidey is, we're gonna need us because they're not gonna be able to pull the trigger like we do.
They have the illusion of safety. I think a girl told me one time in the subway, I'm in New York. She's like, men are evil, men are dangerous. I said, you know what's funny? You walk through this city every day and you don't experience the true totality of male aggression. If every single man in New York City said, fuck these rules, do you not understand the level of destruction that the city would be in? The entire system would be fucked. Nothing would work. The streets would be run amok. You would be kidnapped or captured. You live within a society that follows illusionary rules that are enforced by men you don't even fucking know. And you pay them through taxes. And so right now you think you don't need us because in the background, men are doing everything they can to uplift you. But if we were to eliminate the system and completely shut down this patriarchy that you don't like, you would be assed out in a fucking second. Yeah. So I get tired when girls, I'm like, you literally live within the illusion of safety all the time. Men walk around knowing that at any moment, we're the ones that are going to have to stand up and fight the devil. You don't have to worry about that. I have to worry about that. But because you're so used to somebody always being able to protect you no matter what, you think that that's just normal. It's like having Christmas every day. You get tired of the gifts. You don't appreciate it until it's gone. Yeah. So girls need to count their days because if we're ever in some kind of serious world war and shit really starts to hit the fucking fan, this whole fuck the United States or fuck men this and that's gonna shut down real freaking quick.
But we're already in a world war, right here, right here in America though. Not the war is going on outside of.
No, I know what you mean. You're not wrong.
In America, we are in a civil war right now amongst ourselves.
Oh yeah.
And my thing is, as far as going into the future. As it pertains, somebody said, fuck the kids. Yes, we can compartmentalize them if they trying to put our life in danger. It's me or him. And it's definitely going to be him instead of me. How we grow. I mean, I don't know. I guess, I heard people say, the glass is half empty. Ain't no saving. And some people say the glass is half full. Always that the glass is half full. So, I don't know your age, brother. I'm just going to get you in the 30-something-year-olds, my favorite generation of young men and women, crack era young men and women. What are y'all going to do going to your future? Because you have to get to 55, 56, 57, 58. You can't spend the next 20 years of your life fighting what is made for you. So it's going to have to find a breakthrough with the women that may be around you or the younger women. Somebody's going to have to show them differently because all they're seeing now is a whole bunch of fighting amongst adults. They hear us fighting, then fucking. That's all we do is fighting.
Yeah, fighting, fucking.
So I can only speak. I can only speak for myself in saying that with the following I have, I've been doing this for 6 years now. It's been a long ass time. And I've been all over the world trying to interview people, message people. I've met bigger people. And, on my page, I consistently try to always walk the line. I'm not afraid to talk to the feminist. I go to the feminist pages all the time and I debate them. And to see why they're so angry. They're so fucking angry. And it's like, what are you angry at? And they're like, we're angry at the system. Some of them feel like they were taught a lie. Some of them think that they're entitled to supremacy of some type. And at the end of
So what about those that are 5, 10, 15 years younger than you? They need to hear a different voice than what they're getting in the masses. On these YouTube airways, both sides come to the space and air out their, I guess, their disagreements or their, their pain and issues. So how can we put and change the narrative for those that haven't gotten to this space? Because that's the scary part. We cannot continue because people are coming in and taking over the spaces we once occupied in our cities. At some point, we're going to be thrown all in the same fucking pool.
Well, I got a lot of 15, 14, 13, 16-year-olds that follow me on Instagram. And they ask me all the time about financial assistance and jobs, what they should do for college, or, and I basically break down, because I'm an investor. I've worked trade jobs. I've been through college. I was in the military. I've done all that. And, I just asked them what they would like to do. They give me a rundown of where they are in life. And we just try to focus on working on them mentally, physically, spiritually, getting them kind of traveled a little bit and understanding the monetary system. I try my best to not proliferate an idea of hating women. I proliferate an idea of trying to understand their nature, and go where you're wanted. Be aware of what they can do. Be aware of what you can do. Always try to think from a logical standpoint and don't allow your dick to control you, but overall just logic and sound advice from people who are in the spaces you want to be in. That's what I proliferate consistently. And I've had a lot of success with a lot of my followers. Some of them have grown up with me. I had a guy, he was following me when he was 14. He's now, 18, 19 years old, and he's doing really good. And he said that he got himself a job, a car, and everything thanks to me. And that was cool. I've helped out a couple of marriages here and there. Didn't think I would be somebody good to listen to for that. But I've helped a couple of people come together and get married. So I think I'm doing okay with my message as far as trying to walk the line. I feel, unfortunately, like you said, the space has been occupied by certain people, and they profess an idea of hate, fuck these hoes and get as much as you can out of these women and, fuck everybody, spend your money, live life. And it's like, at the end of the day, that's not going to help our country, help our community, no matter if you're black, white, or whatever. That's just going to create more destruction and more division. So I've been, I'm not red pill. I'm just me. But it is unfortunate to see the space I once preoccupied to die the way it has. But that's usually how anything goes. Somebody sees value in something. There's people who try to actually do good, and then there's your users, your manipulators. But I do see in Generation Alpha this desire for stability. I see in them a desire to have what the millennials lost, which was the stability that they thought they were going to get by getting on these participation trophies and shit. I see in Generation Alpha a desire to fix the problems of the boomers, the Gen Xers, and the millennials. I see in them this desire to get out of the chaos. So it's definitely resonating with the younger generation that there's more to life than fucking around and drinking and shit. And they're looking at our mistakes and they're realizing that there's a better way. It's just there's a lot of feedback. And by that, I mean other young men who have been influenced by other young men to do fuck shit. And, it's unfortunate that I have to battle other men in this space, because you got people like Yada Awakening and shit saying give women $50,000. You've got other dudes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You gotta give a woman $50,000. If you want her to respect you, send her $50,000 right away. If you're not sending her Cash App as soon as you're talking to her, he don't want to be with you.
Buddy, he's trolling.
Nah.
He's
gotta be trolling,
No,
bro.
he's grifting. He's grifting, but he's not trolling.
Clearly grifting.
He's grifting,
And
but the issue is not that he's grifting. The issue is women believe him.
They believe it and they follow it. Yes.
And so you got millions of women, thousands of women believing in this message of grifting and a man is nothing but a wallet. And I'm consistently having to fight against that. And out of that fight, I do get women that say, you know what, Spidey? I think that your message makes sense. You've changed my mind. So I would say out of 1,000 women, I get maybe 3 that'll listen out of every battle.
Yeah.
That's all you need is 3.
Yeah. That's
exactly. That's exactly what you need. But the thing about it is, even in death,
50 grand.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see this dude, man. You think that one guy was the dude that everybody, the other grifter, Derek Jackson.
He ain't worse than Derek Jackson.
He's worse.
Well,
he's
way worse.
That's no way worse than Derek Jackson.
Hang on a second.
Yes,
So,
he is worse, bro.
Worse.
So they want us to send them money. Why don't they send us money?
Nah, man is supposed to provide. You're the ATM.
That ain't providing for shit.
Right, that ain't providing. That's not provided.
50,000 or you.
I'm in Greek. Broke smart in here.
Those cash.
50,000 or you ain't a man.
I need buy wax for my
You're just
helmet.
a male.
You think that I can't afford that shit? I'm a broke ass Spartan.
That'll be something else to drizzle about later on.
It's gonna be something else to drizzle about.
Watch.
What name? Twinkle next?
Exactly. Twinkle.
Twinkle, my little fucking star.
Yeah, but
it's the opposite of sprinkle. That's what drizzle is. It was the woman. What was her name? Spidey.
Her name's Lauren. Her name is Lauren something, but she's the sprinkle lady.
I thought it was Sheer 7 or something.
Her name is Sheer 7, but her another one is Lauren. But she basically teaches women how to use a man, get him to marry you, take all his money, only date rich men, only date wealthy men. If he can't give you a cash app right away, he's a brokey. Don't date no brokies. Don't date no dusties. And the problem is that this message is being absorbed by a lot of young women.
Yes,
I think that they deserve, and this is why I don't really believe in marriage, because if the majority of the women you're selecting from are influenced by social media heavily, and most women hear this message, and I'm on these feminist pages, they've got 2.3 mil, 4 mil, 5 mil, 7 mil, 1.2 mil. All these women. You got. I was debating with a 14-year-old girl about men and money. 14. So you got 14-year-old little girls that believe that a man is supposed to give a woman money. So it's much bigger than we think. And so, me and the way I do my videos kind of attract a range of ages from like 13 almost, maximum like 55. And, the teenagers come in and they talk to me and they'll tell me in high school, like, Spidey, I'm afraid to say I'm straight. I'm afraid to say that I believe in traditional values. This is what I get text messages on.
Hold the phone, Spidey.
Damn.
Listen, the gays haven't gotten that bad.
What do you mean?
Yes.
Man, they've grown up in full-fledged furry costumes, man.
Bro.
Listen to this. Hang on a second. On an application, you have to put down your sex preferences. And the new ones will start coming out. They ask you if you're black, white, or Latino. Or if you put not Latino or Spanish. 3 options are Spanish, black, or not Latino. I'm like, what the fuck is that? The second question they're going to ask you on application is, are you straight, bisexual, or gay?
None of your fucking business. How about that?
But the issue is that the high schools are teaching this stuff, and
I was on that earlier. Listen, keep that shit out of schools.
They not. It's already
there.
It's already in the school.
Man, girl, they're asking.
How come we ain't doing no shit? We need to be putting foot to ass about this.
The men are not
they're asking people for their pronouns It's on job applications, bro.
Man, I ain't listen.
This shit.
I'm glad I don't.
The men need to show, especially the younger guys. They need to. I mean, listen. This is the most critical time for men to start showing up in numbers. They're not showing up in these schools. They've been pushing this for 10 years. They tried to do it to my son in Chicago public schools. They sent on a permission slip to say, we're going to take the children to the Pride Parade. No, the fuck you ain't. You're not taking my son. And I was going around telling every young boy, you don't do that shit.
You say, take your mama to Pride. You ain't taking my child nowhere.
A buddy of mine just posted a whole video on his son's school. They're bringing a cross-dresser into school, and that's okay.
Keep it away from kids, man. Here's the thing. I don't look. HBO have to add that the HBO app Max. Have you ever seen?
Yeah.
Documentaries about the kids at Nickelodeon. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, and the gay guy who's going
quiet on the set.
Right, quiet on the set. Listen, man, look, and then you wonder why this kind of shit happens. Okay, pedophiles are gonna go where kids are. Okay, listen, I ain't saying nothing wrong about the LGBT. At some point, we gotta say
the men.
Enough's enough. Let's keep this part away from children.
Mandrill, the men have to say that. They don't get.
I'm saying it
all for that shit.
And I don't even have kids.
That's the reason. That's the reason why I said earlier that you cannot be a coward when it comes to stuff.
Yeah, this shit is wild, man.
And it's shit that you can't be on the fence about either, man. You just gotta be straight set.
Yeah,
you can't
there's
do
some
it.
Things you can't. Yeah, you can negotiate and compromise on some shit.
Right, but it's some shit, also, man, that you gotta be like.
You gotta be firm as fuck on. No,
it goes deep, man.
This the whole thing with the gay thing. Again, everyone knows I got no problem with gay people. It's the fucking agenda that you're pushing and forcing in people's faces and forcing on people's children. I got a problem with that.
Yeah.
Keep it away from, you want to be gay, go be gay. Whatever, it's your life.
Go take a 9-inch rod up your rectum.
I don't care.
This is how you end.
Home, dude. I don't need to know it. Man, I don't need to know that. It ain't none of my fucking business.
Man, this is how you end the conversation.
Kids, huh?
This is how you end the conversation. Everybody talks to their own kids.
Well, that ain't exactly safe either, but I agree.
So the problem is that it was just mentioned. But it was what was just mentioned. You got these weirdo pedos that will go anywhere the youth is. They will go. And it's how hard is it to be right there, LGBT, right there? You seen what they were doing, what was this, about 4 years ago when they had those little boys right there and they had those strippers that was out there, those gay strippers, and they had kids right there looking at that shit.
And a kid tipped one.
Yeah, that was weird.
You know what?
So when we're talking about it, that's some of the things that it does have to get to the point where it's like, okay, what are we gonna do, man? Because at the end of the day, because right now we looking like some punk. We looking like somebody's punk bitch.
Listen,
What a good point here, dude.
Hold on a second, y'all. There used to be a time and place where you had to go somewhere behind some seedy dark curtain to look at the foolishness that these people put in kids' libraries. You have to put your foot down somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's affecting a lot of my followers. You know, I didn't realize how deep it was until I started getting bigger on IG. And then 15-year-olds and 16-year-olds like Spidey, like nobody teaches us about being like strong or being like a man. Can you help me? So I've had like a lot of teenagers like, yo, thank you, Spidey, for helping me understand like what it means to like be strong and how to be assertive. Because my mother, she's always out and my dad is always working. And thank you for teaching me how to like control my emotions. And, you know, and it's like, damn, there's really a lot of boys out there that are afraid to be themselves because school and the internet tells them it's toxic to be masculine. And then you got these feminists who are in control that double down on that. And even though they don't feel that way inside, they'll start to act that way because they want to be accepted. And then that over time becomes who they are, but then they're confused and shit. So, you know, it goes so much deeper than just a fight between men and women. It's like almost there's a thing where they want women to be men and they want men to be women, and it's creating this weird divide. Personally, I joke around and have fun with it because I'm a bit petty and I like to just be silly. But in realness, in all seriousness, there's definitely a proliferating issue happening within America, and it's going to negatively impact, unfortunately, it already is, the future of men. And I think that, what is the percentage? They said by the year 2040, you're going to have almost 50% of women childless and alone.
Yeah, 2030. That's
2030. Yeah. So women that are going to be past their fertility rate or their prime, and it's going to be pretty wild. It's going to be a world where there's barely any kids. It's going to be a world where you're going to see playgrounds empty. You're going to see high schools empty. And there's going to be just a whole bunch of middle-aged women, older men, middle-aged men, and we're just going to have to sit there and look at each other.
Yeah. Buddy, let me jump here 1 second. So I know you don't know me that well. I'm originally from Greece, and everybody knows on a panel I spoke about on my other shows. So in Greece, women are still having kids in their 50s. Why are they able to have kids in their 50s? Because our food is not shoved in with all these steroids and chemicals and all that stuff. Our food is very organic and natural, believe it or not. So I think that's a factor why women are having kids, need to have kids younger.
Well, I work in medicine. So when a woman is 30 years old, she's lost about 99.9% of her eggs are gone, right? And when a woman hits 31, it drops even more. A woman is supposed to have children between the ages of 18 through 25. That's her prime. Once she hits 29, 30, 99.9% of her eggs are gone, and she's starting to get into geriatric pregnancy, and that's when it's very unsafe for a woman to have a child. Fertility is being affected heavily by the chemicals in our food and water, yes. But a woman is supposed to have children in her youthful ages. When you're older, it does a lot more harm to your organs and you have a higher chance of death. I've unfortunately had to help in those scenarios in the hospital I work in, where I've seen older women try to have children. They die in childbirth, but the child is born. Yeah. So I'm sure in your country that does happen a lot more because obviously the diet and whatnot. But at the end of the day, a woman should have children at much earlier ages than what they're currently trying to do. And, it's kind of a facade of the feminist movement that's like, oh, wait until you're older. Most women can't have kids at older ages. Some can, most cannot, and that's the lie that feminism keeps pushing.
So again, a little pushback. Back in Greece, they are actually against having kids that young because you're not ready at that age. It's looked down to like you have kids in your 20s, you're going to get crucified because you're not ready. You're not mature enough to raise a kid. A kid is raising a kid. You're not ready at that age.
I like how in the past, the average age, the max age of a human was like, I don't know, 32, 30, something like that. Yeah. You had people who were, Alexander the Great was 16 years old when he conquered the world. So, my thing is this, in this generation, we say, oh, you're too young, you're too young, you're too young. The ancient world was built by teenagers. If you look at history, the ancient world was built by people that we would consider teenagers. It wasn't until you hit the modern era, you built machines and shit. We invented childhood. You were an adult at 13, 14 in some tribes. So that whole idea that you're too young or you can't, that just comes from humanity extending its lifespan thanks to medicine and technology. But still, I would not advise a woman to wait until she's 45, hit menopause to have a child. Her bones are different. Her skin is different. She will not heal as fast. That's dangerous.
That's true.
Let me explain. Hold on a second, y'all. I'm going to welcome DJ Hamp to the channel.
What's up?
From This Might Be Whiskey. We want to acknowledge our guest, man, before we start on our rants. What's up, man?
Bro, snub nose joint come up here with a fade, a high top fade. Can't grow one. What up, Hamp? How you doing, man?
How you, man? What's up,
man? I'm all right, bro.
What's going on, Hamp?
Have you been watching, man? What's up, man?
I've been tuning in. I got off. I DJ today, but I got off early. I was supposed to come up here, you know what I mean? But I be DJing, so I said, let me at least peek my head in. I was listening. There's things that I can't get jiggy with the, if you want to go be gay. Nah, there's influences all around you. The peer influences. They got kids. They sending their kids to school, right? There's constructs in which they live in that I'm not gonna agree with, regardless. And if they ask me, I'm gonna tell them I don't use pronouns either. I'm a grown up.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I said, my thing is that's your business, but keep it away from people's kids and stop trying to force people.
That's what I'm
to
speaking against. That's your business.
I'm not. Listen,
it's not just their business. That's the problem. And see,
So
when
you
we
don't think
talk
so?
about when we want to display all this bravado until it's time for smoke. That's why when we talk about, like when Black Spidey was talking about if shit hit the fan, I would argue that 80% of men gonna be in trouble too.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely.
Elaborate.
So because Spidey was right. We talking about the women gonna be looking for shelter. 80% of these men out here gonna be looking for shelter.
They ain't been trained.
Yeah, they don't know anything.
You know what? I want to speak to what Grumman said earlier. He said the women were actually having kids in their 50s, right? Here's the thing: when you get older, on your DNA, there's these little things called telomeres on the end. As you get older, they get shorter. So that means you lose genetic material, and that's generally the reason why you start to see a lot of abnormalities when it comes to having childbirth. So that's the reason why most people recommend that you have kids earlier, because when you have kids older, that's when you start seeing birth defects. Does that make sense? Because I think a lot of times we don't have these nuanced conversations.
You're correct.
We start talking about it. Am I not right, Spider-Man?
You're correct.
And plus, I work in fitness and nutrition. So it is the diet. Number one, diet is number one when it comes to a lot of this stuff. Number two, you do come from a different culture. Like your culture is very different from America's. There's a lot of similarities too, but it's mindset also grooming. Your mindset is way different.
Well, yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Agree. I'm not disagreeing with it. I agree 100% on that.
But in America, I think the issue with having children young in America is that most women that have children young are having them by themselves as single parents. That creates a lot of extra stress. Even the father who may be deemed the father and verified as the father, it adds stress on his life too, because now he's having to take resources that he would normally have for himself and pay into something that he may or may not even have an opportunity to be a part of for the next 20, 25 years. And I think that creates a struggle dynamic for everybody that's involved in that, And if you get married, and if you have a baby young, it's best to be married young. So you can have that balance. A lot of our young adults are growing up without balance. And that's scary as men grow up into their manhood and teenage years. You don't know how to handle those emotions. Those emotions can either cost you your life or your family's life. I think, I don't know, man, just some way to go into the future where our strongest of our generation going to have to find a way to start making things work in some capacity, because the world is still moving around us, regardless of how much we talk about it. People are coming into these neighborhoods where most of us, most blacks may have started out from, and they're taking over these spaces. And we still arguing about, are you going to be submissive or fit?
Chores.
We all need to go work out. Shit, I wish everybody go outside.
And cleaning, we arguing about. The motherfucker don't even live together.
So let me touch base on here. I want to touch two bases here. One, I agree with you guys that mindset and the mentality is different in Greece. Like having a single parent doesn't really exist. The only way you see single parents is the husband croaked or the wife croaked. Simple as that. That's the only two. And the second I want to touch base is about the war thing part. Like, if you saw the Ukraine war, a lot of the men turned around after the wives and kid crossed the border and went and protect. Not because they had to, it's built into their mindset, saying you protect the motherland. It doesn't matter if you're in the military or you're not in the military. You protect the motherland no matter what. That's a mindset, and that's the mindset we don't have here. Every time something happens, people want to run in the opposite direction. Very few men will be running towards it. I know JT will be one of them who's going to run towards it. Mainly also. Trey, those are three men I know they're going to run towards the bullets, not the other way around, because that's how they've been trained.
Well, it's more than just that, man. It's for instance, for what Hank was saying, we kind of experienced a little bit of that over here in Detroit about 15 years ago. We had lost all our power for at least 2 weeks. It wasn't just Detroit. It was Ohio. It was Michigan. It was Indiana. We ain't had no power, none. Gas station wasn't working. Wasn't no power. None of these places. Guess what happened? You had motherfuckers that was out there running like they was crazy. You had motherfuckers breaking into people's houses, taking they goddamn food or whatever it was. You had no refrigerator. Motherfuckers didn't even know to go ahead and get dry ice. Everybody was out here robbing the damn stores to take regular ice just to put in, the coolest. Nobody thought to go to the actual ice store to go get dry ice. None of them fools with there. Even where it depended on what neighborhood you was in, neighborhood that my parents lived in, everybody had a generator. But guess what happened? They ran out of gas. Gas station wasn't open because they couldn't pump the gas because nobody had it. So you had motherfuckers running scared, man. Motherfuckers was running scared. And you seen, it was like they gave us a little glimpse of this is what can happen. Yeah, it was fun at first, motherfuckers barbecuing and stuff, in the hood, that's what they was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Then 1 week passed, guess what happened? Grocery stores closed, gas stations closed. You can't get nothing. Food, what you gonna get if you ain't got your own food? You know what you had to do? You had to try to preserve the shit that you had. Some people wasn't even smart enough to do that shit. It started to be mayhem in these cities. It was almost if we had another month, it'd have been a done deal. We would have seen some shit. The purge would have started right there.
Jay,
that's how bad it was.
Watching a documentary about like the Asians were going with guns out in the streets and stuff like that. I think it was.
Bro, let me tell you how fucked up it was. You had dudes that were dying trying to siphon gas out of cars. Trying to siphon the gas out of cars, and they were dying.
They didn't know how to do it right.
Right.
They swallowed the gas. They didn't know how to do it right. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't even the gas, it was the fumes.
My granddad taught me how to do that when I was a child. And see,
had people was dying because they was burning up their damn their houses. In the wintertime, we had one too, but it was just in Detroit. And it was icy as hell. You had people burning, their apartments was burned down. Because they was sitting there with stoves and they was out here trying to set fire. They had no idea on how to stay warm. This is crazy.
You know what, JT? It speaks to what Mandrell said earlier, man. This is the reason why fathers are important, man. That fathers actually put you through what's known as a rites of passage. Basically, what they do is they push you to the point where you push back. You know what I mean? And what they do in the moment of them, in the moment of you realizing and feeling that pushback, that's when they teach you, because A, they have your attention, and B, you know exactly what it feels like. So when he tells you, do you feel that? That's anger. I'm gonna have to teach you how to control that. That's the reason why fathers are important. Fathers push when mothers pull. And the problem is when you don't have enough fathers around teaching kids to manage what they're feeling, what they have to go through, and if they have to push through things. That's the reason why you have situations like what JT had, where guys siphoning gas who don't know what they're doing. You see what I'm saying? It's like Mandrell said earlier, it's one of those things that he just talked as a kid, And my thing is this: you have to be able to make sure that fathers are reverenced like they should be. Every time you look up, we got advertisement for everything. Men ain't this, men ain't that. But what happens is over time, you'll start to have societal collapse. Most people stop doing extra stuff. Most people stop going to work. I don't know if y'all noticed or not, but a lot of restaurants are closing up because folks ain't dating no more. That's the main reason why roller skate rinks are closed, bowling alleys, movie theaters, all that stuff that normally people go to when things are fine and dandy, all this stuff is closed up because people don't respect men. And men have closed up shop, said, I'm not going to spend my money on this. I'm going to do something else. So that's the reason why men are important. And women need to understand why we're important. And in order to do that, you got to talk to the men to figure out exactly what the important is. DJ, what do you feel on that particular situation, sir?
What you just articulated, or what JT was saying? I guess it's coupled, right?
Yeah, both of them together. Yeah, they kind of dovetail together.
Yeah. I was, matter of fact, Beans was saying something to me one day about like why I'm successful for all intents and purposes, I guess, for just to sum it up. But my father, you know what I mean? He was a Marine. He is a Marine, and extreme influence, So I ain't been taking shit from nobody since I could remember, because that's how I always been taught, like hard shit is what we did growing up, the easy way was never an applicable way to do things, right? So even if you don't know necessarily, the principle is you figure it out or you find out,
Right.
Or you do it the hard way if that's the only way to get it done. And then there's no excuses, and the word can't isn't in your vocabulary. So the siphoning gas, maybe I never siphoned it, but there's YouTube University.
There you go.
You know what I mean? Like things like, okay, let's be smart about it. But if you have to do it a hard way, so be it. And a father can certainly teach you that.
Yes.
Absolutely. Beans, you there, man? You just decoration today. I guess Beans decoration.
Did he walk away? Right. Did he walk away? Did he walk away?
Can I ask you a question?
Here.
Yeah, nah, I was muted because I had a lot going on in the background. I didn't want to mess up the show with it. What's going on, everybody except for Hamp, Mandrell, Trey, Grooming, Lost, and JT.
What up, though?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, Beans. I see your little podcast. What's happening, sir? Welcome to the show, sir.
Man, I'm chilling. I ain't gonna mess the show up. I wanted to make sure. There we go. I ain't gonna be the only one off cam. Shout out to Black Man for sending me the link as well. I appreciate it, bro.
Right on.
That's what's up.
I was definitely.
Beans, what do you think, man? You've been watching, man. What do you think, brother?
So unfortunately, I wasn't. Right. Black Man sent me the link. I appreciated it too. It's nice to feel wanted. But I did hear the last part of this conversation right here, and it's like when I hear what Hamp was just saying, right? The thing that I want for the guys like Hamp to realize is that the opposite of you exists. And I think Hamp does. I think that's like, as much as he is tough, he's also empathetic. But he's empathetic in a masculine way, and it sucks. Right? I told the story before how one time I was talking to the nigga, I got emotional, and he called me a crybaby. It's the same shit that Mandrell would do. You know what I'm saying? Him and Mandrell is two peas in the same pod, right? But they are necessary, right? They are necessary for our communities, for our families, and it's if I had to choose between putting my son in a room with somebody like him versus some of the other people, it would absolutely be him, because I understand when they come out of that room with him, they're going to come out better. You know what I'm saying? They're going to come out better men. And so I can appreciate that. But when you're on the opposite end of the spectrum, the thing that we realize is that we too matter. Like that's really what it all boils down to. You know, you're strong, I'm weak, but I still matter. You know what I'm saying? You're masculine, I'm way more emotional, but I still matter. And that's the thing about it, is that I think too often, and now I'm going away from him, a lot of people try to convince other people that they don't matter, or that their voices don't matter, or that they ought to change. It's not possible. I was just having a super dope conversation with my man from Grown Man Talking, and we was having a conversation that I had with him, that I had with Aaron O a while back, where we talked about winners and losers. And I said, Aaron O said something and it really hit me. He was like, man, it's winners and losers podcast. You just got to accept that. I was like, that's a great point. So we all have to accept that there's winners and losers, right, JT?
No doubt.
So that means the winners and the losers have to accept that there are winners and losers. But what does it look like when a loser accepts that they're a loser? Right? We look at that and we call them pessimists, defeatists. We use all these words to describe them that may be true, but we expect for them to change. They can't. They are a part of existence, and there is nothing you can do about it.
those people will inevitably exist. Right? If you accept the fact that there's going to be winners and losers, then you can't expect for the losers to spend their entire lives trying to be winners. They have to be able to accept that this is just what it is for me. And the best thing that they can do is say, I'm a loser because that's what society has deemed this. My job is to stand outside a hotel and walk people's luggage in for $2 tips every day. So I'm deemed a loser because of that. Well, that's okay. I'll be a loser. Right? Not maybe so much as a father, right? We don't want you to say I'm a loser as a father and accept that. But guess what? They are going to exist as well. We just have to, me personally, if I need somebody to go talk to the president, I'm sending Hamp. Right? If I need somebody that can go have this political, correct, put on a suit type conversation, right? And discuss policies and legislation in a non-emotional way, I'm going to go get bro. Bro, I need you to go put the suit on and go have this conversation. If I need somebody hit in the mouth, call emotional ass beans. That might be all I'm good for, but at least I'm good for something. Right? We just, I think my biggest problem with the manosphere is that it's called the manosphere, but we don't want to include all the men. All of the men have to be included. Now, yes, that does not, when I say all, that is hyperbolic, because we don't mean kid touchers. Right? But you understand what I'm saying. We're too dismissive of some people when we use their struggles to highlight our platforms. These guys that spend all their time talking about single mothers and how they destroy young boys coming up. Well, when you have one of those type of men or young boys come to the panel, don't punch down on them. Highlight it. I'm sitting here right now. I'm freshly single after 14 years in a relationship. I'm hurting. I'm in a lot of pain. But I get on the internet every other day, jump on these panels and pretend like I'm not. Because I can't have a conversation about it because nobody gives a shit about how men feel. Get over it. Go screw somebody else. But I'm in a lot of pain, right? I feel abandoned. It's hurting, but I can't really talk about it because that's weak. See what I'm saying? I got to come on here and be like, man, fuck that girl.
No, Beans.
Right? So go ahead. I'm sorry, Trey.
No. Just to add on your point, and you said something very unique when you started. You matter. And I think you have 5 guys, 6 of us here grew up with a father. So in that dynamic, a father is going to show you courage, compassion, and I forget the last one. I forget, it's going to come to me. But even though you may not have, I don't know if you grew up with a father, but the fact that you can connect to guys who've had that experience. And I don't think that you hear these words coming from guys who had that balance growing up from a father, because a father puts you in a position, like Brother Ham said, to figure it out.
Yeah.
Going to talk you through it maybe once or twice, but then he's going to say, do. And you're going to figure that out. And as you get older, then you start having opportunities to show that compassion to brothers like you said, you're in a relationship. I don't think a brother who's had that balance pretty much the most of his life is going to say, oh, Beans, man, get over that shit. Man, listen, you okay? You're going to be strong in it. It's going to make you a better man, because this space, unfortunately, is allowing brothers who may have experienced that to talk it out instead of holding it all in. And then it's someplace down the road, just snap on that shit. So in a sense, it's good to talk about it, but then you have to be very careful on who you talk to about it.
That's a fact.
So it's just
that's a fact. That's everything you just said is absolutely 100. I mean, and that's what I'm saying. Like, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, kind of being Trey. The one thing that I'm deciphering still what you said was that compassion part. See, my father, it just you know what I'm saying? Like, we joke and laugh, of course, but I love yous and hugs and shit like that don't come easy,
Same father. But to you and your experience as a father, you have a better understanding and you can show it to your children to some extent, but because you and your children and your father are all connected. He taught you to never back down. Your kids are gonna learn the same thing, whether you teach them or not, because they see how you move. They see how you stand up for what is right and gonna have compassion. Yes, they fall down, get up, son, but let some really happen where they have to need that space. You're gonna provide that space. It's just who a father and a man is going to be. It may not be today, maybe a little older.
I see what you're saying.
But that's the balance I was talking about, right? So, like I said, let's say I go to Hamp, man, bro, I get emotional. He called me a crybaby, right? I go to a female and I said, and then she gives me the comfort, right? The thing is that you need both.
Well, you got to tell the whole story, asshole.
No, but the point is that you need both. You see what I'm saying? And when you're in the development stage, right? So what people tend to miss, to not get, right, is when you're growing up, if you need something and you don't get it, that need never goes away. Right? People pretend like it does, but it doesn't. If I deprive you of air, there is going to be a long-term effect of that. Right? That deprivation is going to have a cause. Sooner or later, we're gonna see it. Man, he got a droopy eye, some ain't right his nose, he wheezes with, like, it's something that's going to come from that deprivation. And that same thing is applicable to emotional and psychological deficiencies as well.
Yes,
and
sir.
so that's what I'm saying. Like right now, with my relationship ending, what I'm feeling is abandonment. But the abandonment that's hurting me is not her leaving me. It's my mom putting me on the streets when I was 12. You know what I'm saying? It takes back. So when this happens to you, exactly, it puts you in this emotional stage from a deprivation that you had from when you were so long ago, where there was no real, recompense for it ever. So that's what I'm saying. Like, those kind of people exist. JT been around for a long time. He's probably heard me say this. I know Mandrell has, because he's in the military. The guys that's in the military, you go in with two guys. Y'all go through the same boot camp, same training, same everything, same wars, same everything. Y'all come back home. One of the guys, hey, he doing daddy-daughter dances. He the coach of his son's football team. He working hard, work for the government, great husband. He got it going on. The other guy went through the exact same thing as you. He can't sleep. He waking up screaming, tremors, PTSD, all this other stuff, can't function, abusing substances, but y'all went through the same thing. Things don't affect people the same way.
Facts.
They just don't. And this
I'm
is
gonna
why
give
we
you the
need to
answer.
be more inclusive.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the answer to that, but I'm gonna welcome my boy Yusuf Al Shabazz, also known as TJ, to the show. Thank you, sir. I don't know how much time you got. That's the reason I wanted to go ahead and bring in the conversation. Go ahead, sir, because I know you're at work.
Do y'all got you got my girl on deck? We got to put out an APB for my girl.
Let me see if I can find. I don't think. I think Black Man is probably put on ice, man. I don't think I seen the back end on there. Yeah,
That's
she on
all
ice,
right.
man. She on ice.
I got a quick question for him. What's up, my brother? How you doing?
Probably.
So, and these are my words, not yours. This is my interpretation of what you said. So, your father, you said, didn't give you a lot of attaboys and shit like that, right?
Yeah. Well, for all intents and purposes.
He didn't give you a lot of attaboys shit like that. But he instilled the never surrender, the never die, the never give up. You know what I mean? He gave you the tools to make it with limited tools. If you had limited tools at your disposal, right?
Yeah.
How's that not compassion?
Compassion in a layman doesn't, to me, manifest like that. Like I don't know if it looks. I don't know if that's compassion. So my first year playing football, I wasn't the best. I'm like, how do I get better? You got to go against the best people. And so I just started on that path. I had I had gloves if I needed, etc. But would that be compassion though?
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
But how though?
It's in the nuance.
What's the nuance?
Okay, here's non-compassion. Bean's mother threw him out when he was 12.
I'm just trying to figure out because that
What the
generation
fuck
of
is that?
men have that
You know what I'm
generation
saying?
of men. They weren't touchy-feely type of guys.
No.
But making sure that their sons had the tools to have a structured adult life and a structured family, to me, that represents compassion. I'm reminded of that scene in that movie Fences, with Denzel talking to his son about the liking you, liking me, that kind of thing. And Denzel telling his son, you ain't got to worry about me liking you. You got to worry about me doing right by you. You know what I mean? And so I was thinking, so a lot of us are looking at, I think we're thinking about compassion in a way of softness, like what your mother would give you. The rubbing on the back, the tapping on your head, the kissing on your forehead, you know what I mean? Where compassion from your father manifests itself differently. I found, and I'm speaking from a guy, I didn't meet my father until 12 years ago. So, and understanding, you know what I mean, what the tools that I did not have without that, you know what I mean, and that was a lack of compassion from him to make sure that I had those things coming up. So that's why I was kind of wondering if, because I know you said compassion, but I wanted to see if you want to think about that a different way. I don't know. I'm just having a
No, that's
conversation. Really.
interesting. I think my dad has a high level of he's responsible, right? He's responsible for me being successful. So that's duty and responsibility. I don't know if I liken it to compassion at this juncture. Now, my uncle, God bless the dead, his compassion would be my father would have us doing some dumb shit, carrying pallets 50 yards, right? Back and forth. So my uncle come out there and be like, what the fuck your father got y'all doing? And he'll start picking up pallets and helping us do the shit. I would consider that compassion.
Why were you picking up the pallets and carrying on?
They just had to be moved from one side to the other.
Okay, so it was work that he had y'all doing.
Yeah.
This wasn't no wax on
here's the
wax
thing,
Mr. Miyagi type of stuff, was it? Why he had some other alternative.
You need training for football or something like that.
It was supposed to go over there. It was stacked incorrectly by the truck who dropped it off, but there was no truck to move it over, so we had to move it over by hand.
Well, here's the thing, Hap. Men do show a companion differently. Now it's just as far as how that comes out, it's a matter of generation. Okay.
What if it's just not compassion? Like, what if it's just not that? It's just one time I told Beans this, right? I had to do a little skid bit, right? And when I was going in there, when I did that, the movie Look Back, right? You always look back, right? So my mom, she doing all the mom shit, crying, whatever, bother. My father, the look on his face was like sick to his stomach, right? Because of the situation. And he was trying to do everything he could while that situation was happening. You know what I mean? That in that instance, I felt there was a level of compassion because he was trying. I mean, he was trying so much shit, but it didn't pan out. I made a choice which actually helped me for the rest of my life. But at that juncture, I saw that, I felt that compassion in him because he wished he could have switched places. But other than that, that shit stick though.
Even with that, real quick, even with that though, like, and I'm not liking it to compassion, right? But that even shows the level of preparation that you got from your father to the fact that you were able to make such a decision.
Yeah.
How old were you again?
25, 24, 24.
Okay, so you were able to make that kind of decision, and then without a certain level of fear.
Yeah.
Right. Most cats is not doing that.
Yeah.
I know I didn't. Right. I
Stepdad?
copped out to everything they ever put in front of me.
Who's in charge tonight?
He not on mute.
Okay, let me talk to Karen, please.
TJ, you're not on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like because I couldn't really deal with the sales, right? So I ain't trying to fight nothing. You got it, fam. Go ahead. Yeah, I did that shit. Yep, you got it. Good. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, give me the little probation. I'll go home. Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like, even man, I got a clip. I wish I could. I really wanted to put it back in so you could play it. Lost the translation of Angry Man saying his words verbatim. The only reason why I have been able to reach the amount of success that I have is because I didn't have a parent tearing me down. Right? The reason why this is important is because if you understand that, then when you're dealing with somebody who has had a parent tear them down, there should be a level of understanding and compassion there.
Oh, he was saying him.
Yes. He said the reason why I've able to attain the amount of success I had because I didn't have a parent tearing me down.
So the inverse should also be true.
So exactly. So that way, if you see and know that somebody has dealt with that, then there should be a level of understanding of why they may not be at this place of success that you think they ought to be based on their age. Right? Which is what we typically try to do. Oh, by 30, you should have 6 figures. By 40, you should be a millionaire. By 50, you should be retired. Right? That's what we always try to do. We try to put everybody into this same box when we live in a complicated world where that just cannot exist. There will not be that much cohesiveness as it pertains to outcomes in this world. It's never going to be that way.
Beans, earlier you asked a question. You know, you had a situation where you had two men who went to the same war, had the exact same thing happen to them, but one actually acted differently after the war. Is that correct?
Yeah.
The reason why that is because people have different life experiences going into certain situations. We don't know what's on the inside of that person before they happen. It's the same reason why when we used to be little, we used to have these little weights where you put sand in them. You know what I'm saying? You used to go outside and lift iron and stuff like that. Well, sand is a whole lot lighter than gold. You know what I'm saying? If you took that same amount of gold density and you put it in that weight, it's going to be a whole lot heavier. You see what I'm saying? So if you work out with that, that's going to make you stronger versus that little sand thing. Well, it's the same way when you go into war. You don't know exactly how that person was prepared. Yes, true enough, y'all might have went through the same training. Yes, y'all might have went through the same war, but we don't know what went into the making of that person before you met them. And I don't think we make room enough to understand that or give people grace enough to understand exactly what that is and the nuance that's involved when we're dealing with people. Here's the thing, what I noticed too, as men, we don't give our children the luxury of seeing us fail. You see what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that. What happens is that we exude perfect to our kids. So they grow up thinking that they have to be perfect. Well, the problem with that is you can't be perfect. A point of being a man is actually overcoming objectives and obstacles along the way. The most things that you could probably teach your kids is that it's okay to fail. And in that failure, you have to ask yourself, what did you learn? You see what I'm saying? What did you learn from this particular situation? We should tell them it's okay to fail. It's okay to make mistakes. But what did you learn? Does that make sense? Does that answer your question earlier?
Well, yes, but I'm also coming at it from also a biological standpoint too.
Go ahead.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like we don't necessarily know the I don't know if I'm using this right, man, Gerald, you can correct me, but we don't necessarily know the genome makeup of people either. Right. So if you ever, I know when I was young, my aunties used to always tell me, damn, you act just like your Uncle Pete. You talk just like him, you act just like him, right? But my Uncle Pete is one of how many ancestors, how many people that I come from, right? So we are a chemical makeup of all of these different people over a certain amount of time. And certain environments can trigger certain things in us where we become certain versions of ourselves. It's all there, right? But then those certain things that happen to you will trigger certain things in you, and then you become that. Right. So you become, a lot of times what we do in our adult life is based on the habits that we created when we were children. But even a lot of those habits can be created under duress. So even shout out to my man from Grown Man Talking. I was just having a great conversation with him. He is to me, no shot at anybody else. He's the best. He's the second best moderator that we got in this space after him. And I was just explaining to him how, if you take a young girl, she could be 14 years old. Her father is providing rent, light, gas, food. She got everything she could want. iPad, iPhone, everything, Jordans, whatever she could want, right? Food, clothes, everything. But then he's also touching on her, right? Then she starts doing drugs, alcohol, right? You know what I'm saying? Being promiscuous. She started making all of these bad decisions. And now everybody is saying, well, you're just making poor choices. Nobody understand that the dynamic of these choices is based on the duress that she's dealing with. We just looking at the choices.
Yeah.
We don't understand what's driving the choices. That's how we treat people. We just look at them and say, oh, well, you did that. That's on you. You just stupid. No. It's not how life works. It's not that simple, man. A lot of these things that we see people, and this is why I was doing the docu-series where I was interviewing all those women. I was trying to get to the men as well, because I need people to understand that what you see a person at 18, 25, 37, 42, those are many moons. Many moons and sunrises of experiences that these people are using to make those determinations and those decisions in that moment. That's based on a plethora of events that precluded that choice.
You know what? That's a good point. I did a video on epigenetics and how some things are expressed through genes. I'll give you an example. Like earlier, you were talking about how your aunt said, "Hey, you act just like your uncle," right?
Yeah, somebody I never met.
Exactly. But here's the thing. That's maybe how she saw something in you, but that's not the full expression of you. That's the part of you that she recognizes. Think about it. You got other ancestors that are running through your veins that you actually have mannerisms from them, but nobody recognizes them because they don't have the full spectrum of view of your entire family tree.
Absolutely.
So whenever somebody says something like that, basically what they're doing is they're projecting the vision that they see of the person that they love onto you, and they look on you in a loving way. But it's like you talked about earlier about the other young lady who is expressing bad behaviors because she's getting touched on, even though she's having everything given to her. You see what I'm saying? And that is expressing itself in a different way as a reaction. So what we do is we make a judgment call based upon what we've seen and what we've experienced and projected it onto her and call her a bad person when we don't have the full spectrum of what's going on in her particular situation. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Damn, Beans, you was talking. I always just thought that people were the sum of their choices. But based on what you said, that analogy with the girl being touched on, I think I have to retract that, because that experience, she didn't control that, right? And that's the most traumatizing thing I would argue that can happen to a person. So what manifests after that can't be all on them.
Right.
You
and
know
it's the reason why I use it. It's the reason why I use it is because
you can instantly, especially as a father, you could see it like
immediately.
Damn,
we are going to immediately empathize with a woman in that situation. So
Yeah.
now you just have to broaden it out and say, well, but this is applicable to everybody, right? That's what I'm saying. It's things that happen to me that happen to the next person, and you see them, and it's like, but they somehow skyrocketed. Well, they're not me.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying? Like it didn't affect them the same way. It's not following them. It's not hooked to them. You know what I'm saying? The same way how it's hooked to me. My mom was on drugs. That lasted a year and a half. My dad legitimately been on drugs for 40 years.
Word.
You know what I'm saying?
And the tangible example on the conversation we often have, pardon me, lost in translation. My turn.
Yes, go ahead.
You know, and everybody on the panel always wear their drawers on the outside of their pants, right? Everybody a superhero on the panel. You know what I'm saying? And I gotta give Mr. Fantastic credit for saying that shit first. I'm just cooler than that nigga. You know what I mean? So you know, right? And so when I was just talking like about my wife and the relationship, and it's not all roses and bubbles. She hard-headed too. We go back and forth, surprisingly, right? I've been able to, you know, it's a forever constant push, and you have to reiterate and all of that, you know. And when I say it, right, it's more impactful that hemp go through the same shit we go through.
Absolutely.
You know, but it's never us though.
Right.
You know, and I'm heavy-handed as shit and I go through it, you know. So like, but just to your point, we got to start telling the truth, be like about and understanding more shit, you know.
I think that's where a lot of people, Beans, when I've been watching you for a minute, you know, we already talked about it. I said, that's why you Beans used to really shake up the panel. Because that's what he'd come in with, no, hold on, man. Everybody ain't motherfucking, everybody rich. Everybody got 6 figures. No. So when Beans starts saying, no, this is what it really is, it really resonated with me, man, because listen, he comes from Chicago, I come from Detroit. And they're very similar. Different hoods, different parts of Chicago, different parts of Detroit. But it's so close where I just was like, yep, I know that dude he talking about right there. I know that guy right there. I got an uncle. He had twin sons, about 2 months younger than me. He had those kids. He never had a chance to be a father to them. But I understood why. He had those kids, and the woman he was with, they were just dating at 14 years old. This man was on child support. By the time, I'm like, that was fucked up. But their mom, everybody gave her the sympathy. Even the people that was on our side of the family gave her all the sympathy, and it was looking at him like he was a deadbeat. And I was just like, wait, but he was 14 when he had these boys. Where's the sympathy with him? And it just went downhill from there. Got on drugs. He was out there in them streets. Every woman, because he wasn't an ugly guy at all. So every woman he ended up getting, he was the same type of woman. Thug. She was also in jail, in and out of jail. He was in and out of jail, on drugs, on alcohol, shit like that. And it just got to the point where I was like, damn. And he just died a couple months ago in prison.
Your age?
No, my uncle. No, his sons were my age.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, his sons were my age. But this is the craziest part. So they didn't really know him, right? At his memorial, his sons, they professed why. They say, now I know why I'm going through both of the twin boys. Damn near going through the same shit he's going through. That's that Geno shit, whatever.
Yeah.
It surprised them so much, man. When somebody get full and they just start crying, not because they just sad, it's just because it's so much. That's what happened with them.
Overwhelmed.
They knew more in 1 hour about their dad than all of their life. 51 years. It took 1 hour of them just learning about his side, their other side of the family, to say, damn. I said, whoa. So what you saying, man, that's why I say it's a lot about what you say, man, that resonate with me. And people be trying to argue. I be like, y'all got to listen to what my man's saying. Yeah, he going to dissect it down. He going to walk you down to it. And, before, that's why I said, man, y'all panels, man, these panels, these conversations we have, they're starting to help people, especially him. I got to say, man, you killing the game right now because a guy your age, you pulling the young dudes and you pulling the older heads also. And because of the logic that you use, and even with being a moderator, you're not getting on the panel and just talking. You're like, no, let's figure this shit out. Let's actually walk it down. And it makes it a lot more palatable to us as men because we like, damn, that's why we was hollering and all this shit at first. Motherfuckers ain't listening to us. Now it's like we starting to listen to each other, man. We starting to have a little more empathy for each other. And at the same time, we still could be a little tough on each other. No, man, just like you say, Beans, when he'll say, nigga, you out here crying and all that. But guess what? He's still going to show you love, but that's what we do.
Yeah. No, and the thing is this, you gotta, to me, I think you gotta kind of, we tell the women all the time that they need to be accountable, right? And that they can't be delusional. But I think it's a lot of that going on with the fellas as well, right? Me personally, when I was just talking to the homie GMT, I was telling him about hemp because he didn't know about hemp in his channel. And I was putting them on to him. And I'm like, dude, the way that he moderates, the way that he facilitates the conversations, the way that he holds people accountable, I'm jealous. Right? It's what I tried to do, but I had to accept the fact that I'm not the one to do it. He is. The universe provided. So I can buck and be mad and hate and all that other stuff, or I can accept that at least we got him.
Yep.
So I accept that at least we got him. And then I just go on my channel and do my own thing. That's right. And just, I can't have the panels that he can have, and that's okay. You know what I'm saying? But I just appreciate what he does. Now I hate bounties. Everybody know that. But the fact that the way that he moderates and the way that he holds people accountable, the way that he tries to maintain an intellectual standard, we need that.
Yeah.
But if you're not the one, my problem was I was trying to get everybody to do it, and everybody can't do it. I couldn't do it. So how the hell I'm asking everybody else to do it? You know what I'm saying? So I had to get to that point where I was able to accept that. And it's like, okay, now I know I got Hemp doing it. I got my man Mingo doing it. I got Aaron O doing it. I got a few people that's doing it. So stop whining. Go worry about your own damn channel, right? And build and do what you got to do on your channel, and be thankful that the universe has provided you with these guys to be this example that you wanted to see. Because I need it too.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? Now I can draw off of them. It's easier for me to not be as demonstrative as Mandrill know I can be, right? It's easier for me to not be that demonstrative when I'm on Ham's channel, when I'm on Mingo's channel, when I'm on Aaron O's channel. It's easier for me to control myself because they've been the example that I was asking everybody else to be. I couldn't even be, right? So we need that. But that's what I'm saying. Instead of beating me down, you know what Aaron O does? He say, I got it, Beans.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of beating me down, you know what Ham does? He says exactly what I was trying to say in a way that he know would be more palatable for everybody else.
Yeah.
Instead of just saying, no, Beans, you can't do it. Shut your stupid ass up. You know what I'm saying? He just does it because he understands, they understand that I'm not trying to be this emotional ass person, but I get emotional in the conversations because I give a damn about how Black people, we are representing ourselves on these panels. This is our opportunity. You know what I'm saying? To create media that represents us in the best light. It don't mean that we got to be perfect. You know what I mean? But we ought to be inclusive. You know what I'm saying?
So I asked the question.
Can I say one quick thing? Then I gotta go jet.
Sure,
Is that
go
okay?
ahead.
Hold on a second. I gotta turn this up a little bit because I can't even hear. I want to piggyback on something that Beans just said about the whole jealousy thing. I know you was kind of like tongue in cheek with it, you know, serious but not serious. But listen, here's the thing. One of the things that we as a whole, and I say we Black men suffer negatively as a whole, is that every last one of us wants to be the guy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We want to be the guy. We want to be the one that moves the needle, that influences the change, or that can break down. We all want to be that. There's nothing wrong with you wanting to push people to that level, even though they might not get there, because we need people. We need us all moving in a similar direction. The thing where we fail the most as Black men, which I don't know how we're going to ever fix this, is getting behind the guy. When that guy emerges, getting behind the guy. At the beginning of the year, I did a live stream and I called it, When Will Another King Arrive? And I did that stream with Hemp in mind.
Of course.
And not because this might be risky, was blowing up. I was with Hemp close to the beginning of his arrival.
Yeah.
I saw it then. But the thing about Black men, one thing we don't do well with each other is when one starts to separate themselves from the pack, is for us to go ahead and put our resources and push him. And somehow we think by pushing the guy, that somehow takes away from us. But we don't understand, when we push the guy, then we also start the process of creating what I've been asking for a long time, is a succession plan. There's a reason why that over the last 2 years in the so-called manosphere, there's been chaos. There was not this chaos when Kevin Samuels was alive and he was the guy. You understand what I'm saying? And we have chaos because as a Black culture, as a Black family, Black culture, as Black men, we do not do well with succession planning in any phases of our life.
You're right. You're right.
You are right. Absolutely. You know what? As one of Kevin's moderators, man, when he passed away, I knew that we were going to have this problem. You know what I mean? Because everybody got behind him. But he always said that if you want to have success, you're going to have to get behind Black male media. And it can't be just one person. See, Kevin was an advocate for you getting off of your butt. That's the reason why I picked up my microphone. You see what I'm saying? And what happened was a lot of other men picked up their microphone, and now they're complaining about the podcast because there's another side of the conversation that's now being heard. See, you could go out and you can shut down one person's channel, but you can't shut all of us down. You see what I'm saying? And it forces the conversation. That's where the drizzle came from. You know what I'm saying? They wanted to shut down that end of the conversation. So to me, it's getting better because you're starting to see the pushback when people start to have a narrative. So as before, when we didn't have that pushback, we just said, oh, that's just women being women. Well, now guys are starting to address it when it acts up. So now there's this even dynamic of the message that needs to be heard. Trey Ferg, did you want to add something earlier? I think we got interrupted.
And just understanding what I'm hearing, you know, I think that over the last few years, it's providing a great space for brothers to sort of try to connect the stories and the dots. And there are a few people that are able to do it in a way. I know Beans, you're a big boy. See, I would have had you as a backup bully I would have pulled you out on the football field first. I'd have got you out there. You'd had to come out there, but that's all. I think over the last
out your mind.
I know Hamp would have had you out there.
No, sir. They tried that. I gave up day one.
But now, you know, in this new space and time, I think, you know, the YouTube space is good and we can use it. But, you know, to control our media, it's going to take a lot of the youth to be able to learn the skills to go inside of it and sort of setting up platforms aside already and building from that, because it's a lot of talented, creative people that come to these spaces and you see it all over their pages and things. We have to, after we come to these huddles and talk, the men and that are in the background, I wish that they would go out and practice the plays a little bit more, because this is a great time to start taking over in areas, showing up, because you almost like, if you want to have a business, you got to prepare yourself to start your business. You got to do your homework. You got to do your studying. And then you present it the best product. And this is an opportunity because now people are connecting from around different states. And the information is traveling at a damn near a second. Everything's changing. And man, we see how the media portrays us. We see how we have to experience our own relationships within our family, or the people that we try to love, the ladies, and the lack of opportunity to create financial wealth. And this is, you know, this 4 or 5 year path is a great head start, because now we can touch faces with not words. So, but I think going forward, a lot of the young men, especially 21 through 41, now is the greatest time to do everything you've heard. Get your passport, put that on deck. So your passport can go with your good bread. Just let it sit over and rot in case you need it. But also start, you know, if you're working, try to see how you can move up in those companies, gain those skills, get those certifications that allows you to move around the country. You can move around the country. Focus on that. Women, you have to teach. Listen, give your sons to the father at some point. You got a 12-year-old son this summer. Just give him to the father for the whole summer. Yeah, some of them don't want to be around it, but hey, find somebody else. It's a lot of brothers out there that could change your life. Giving your son to your father, it will change your life. And the daughters, ladies, y'all got to teach them that their body is their golden ticket. Their body is their golden ticket. You cannot put them in situations where they're vulnerable and start having sex too early. Because think about it like this, ladies. Say you got a daughter, right? You keep her off the pole. You keep her from out there being a city girl against your old ways or people you know old ways. And then she gets 22, 23, a guy that's been on this square, these young guys out here going to get their trades, going to play professional football. They creating other opportunities, learning how to create these new AI, this new social media platforms, and building fucking networks. He might marry your child instead of just sexing her out. Save her money, don't spend it on the knot. It's the all knockout shit, man.
Let me say this.
Save $1,000 going into from what's his April, May, May through September, save $1,000. Because if y'all ain't going out socializing, everybody, you got opportunity to improve yourself. Shit, we all could do a workout.
That's a
Just work out a little bit, save a little money. Man, keep talking, practicing the plays. From 21 to 41 in 20 years, man, you can down ready to retire, travel the world, find you a wife, have a couple of kids look just like you.
Go ahead,
say this real quick, right?
Like,
I want to respond to what RBN said, right? Because I think that was right up my alley. Because I was just talking, like a lot of this I'm saying, I was just talking about this with my man, bro. Like, so the reason why it's hard for me to get behind the guy is because it's easier for them to disappoint you.
The what?
So let me explain what I mean. If you ever, JT probably know what I'm about to say. If you come from the hood, it's liquor store church, liquor store church, liquor store church, right? Police station, liquor store church, right? So you got all of these small churches. If you ever been to a small church, it's the best thing in the world, right? I mean, you literally can reach out and touch the pastor.
Mm-hmm.
When you go to a mega church, you can't even talk to this dude. You can't even walk up on him, right? Now he got security. You know what I'm saying? They want to stand there and hold their hands out. You can't even get to the pastor, right? You got to go to the deacon. You got to go to the ushers and all these other people, right? When this is supposed to be the man of God, you want him. You want to have a conversation with him. You want to pray with him, but you got to schedule that now, right? And that's the reason why, because once you create that hierarchy, when those guys get that support, it changes them. They become something else. Right? The ego gets more involved. They become less, you can't, like I said, you can't communicate with them directly anymore. The relationship changes. It's very hard. I don't want to say no names, but I'm me. I feel like I went through that same thing with Angry Man. In the beginning, it was all of us. We were all on Fight Club. We was doing our thing. He was Angry Man. We understood what it was based off of him having 50,000 subscribers and this and that. And he was helping us with our channels and all this other stuff. But then at some point, he kind of started demanding the hierarchy, demanding that we all like get behind him. And it was just like, nah, fam, that's not how that works. That's not, I'm not taking a shot. I'm just being me, right? Because I rock with Angry Man. But the fact of the matter is that I can't do that. I don't want you to be different. You know what I'm saying? When I first found out about Ham's channel, I was going and telling everybody, yo, this is the best moderator I ever seen in my life. And then me and Cheeky, 6 months later, Cheeky was cussing me out for telling everybody, right? Because now all the riffraff also joined us on the channel. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Now he has capitulated to the bounty, which he know I hate that shit. But at the same time, when it comes to the conversation, he maintains the intellectual standard. Answer yes or no. Don't tell me some. Pick a side. Just answer the question. Don't be disingenuous. Let's not argue. Don't be circular. Don't windmill, right? He tries to make sure that he keeps at least the conversation on an intellectual standard, right? So I don't think that when he gets to 50,000 subscribers or he gets to 500,000 subscribers, that it's necessarily going to change him. He's rooted in something else, and it ain't YouTube fame, right? He already has a foundation, right? Which is his spirituality, right? And then his masculinity. So maybe he may be the one that we can do that with. I absolutely believe my man Mingo is another one that we will absolutely be able to do that with. But I think that's another part of the reason why we don't do that, RBN, if you're still listening, from the intellectual side, not just from the hating on the nigga side, right? I don't want people to look at it like, oh yeah, we just be hating on niggas once they reach a certain amount of success. It's like, well, I'm from Chicago. We congratulate. We celebrate. Whatever your win is. They gave you food stamps. My man, what's up, bro? How much you want for them? Like, ain't nobody, you broke ass nigga, you getting food. Like, we don't, whatever your win is, that's your win. And we happy for you. And we behind you on that. Get your money however you gonna get it. But we just need it. Y'all know who George Carlin is, right?
Right. Yeah.
George Carlin said this, man, Drell, so you know George Carlin said the same thing about politicians. He said, this is why I hate politicians. He said, you know why they suck? Because they're human, right? You think they're these godlike people, but they're not. They're average, everyday, raised American people. And when they get into these positions, guess what? They got to play the game the way it's played. They're going to make you all these promises that they can't deliver on. It's the same thing, right? So this is why I can't get behind a politician. Like he say, I stay at home when it's time to vote. What I'm voting for you for? Then now I vote you in. You do some shit I don't like. It's literally my fault because I'm the one who voted you in, right? This was his argument. I could complain if I don't vote because I ain't had nothing to do with you being there and you ruining life for me, right? So it's like that's kind of how we view this. Yes, there is a crabs in the barrel mentality as it pertains to black people, but also I think on this plane of existence with YouTube, I think we will absolutely get behind somebody specifically if they are the type of person that we can get behind, like said Kevin Samuels, because no matter how much he might have said, get up off your ass and go get it, he didn't allow people to verbally abuse the average man.
Absolutely.
Period, point blank. You're not gonna come up here and berate the average man, the men who make society go, all these different people. Like I said, when you go to Walmart, would you want to have to go in the back and peel through everything to find everything you're looking for? Or do you like being able to go in there and go right to the shelves? You know where this shit is at after about the third time being in Walmart. You know where everything is at. Somebody is keeping them shelves stocked for you. How dare you come on the internet and talk bad about them for having that job that you absolutely benefit from? You see what I'm saying? So we need those kind of guys in leadership positions. I believe we'll get behind them.
You're absolutely correct.
My bad, I didn't mean to overtalk.
Country.
No, you good.
Yes, it's stuff like that all over the country. It's just that the network has to continue to grow. The conversations have to continue to grow, and eventually they'll connect. But in these spaces here, it's the greatest opportunity. I think we all should, especially y'all guys see me on some of these, a few channels, but I think if just to say every man, no matter what platform you created, no matter what platform that you, frequent the most, if y'all got a platform, how many of us are in America? I say 21 and over, between 21 and 41. At 5 million, everybody should have 5 million subscribers because the message is getting around. It just has to find a way to connect even more. That's all it is, and we need to, and not what we, but our conversations have an opportunity to grow past the women. Because we up against the world, not just our women, as people may. It seems bad with the women, but it's
in which way do you
of them to us? So if we continue to network and build each other and start not being afraid to move around and take advantage of this America and the world, our values and our stock will rise maybe 100% in the next 5 years.
In which way do you mean grow the conversations beyond the women?
No, I'm just saying beyond the women because we say how bad women are. Women ain't doing this. Women don't want to do that.
Oh, you mean beyond the gender?
Just take it past like, okay, this is where we are. B, you speak about the trauma that a lot of us and young men and women have experienced. You can't dismiss anybody's trauma. I've always believed that no man's trauma is greater than mine. It's how do I get up off the trauma? Because some people have experienced some of those traumas and have gone on to do great things. And I don't think most men I don't think a brother, if you bashing other brothers that regardless of their situation, then it's something that you got to look into yourself about. I couldn't see brothers just bashing each other. I would never dismiss anybody's trauma. Except when it comes to a woman, sometimes we're like, oh man, she got you. Oh man, and this is what, from my understanding, men would do that. Oh man, she got you, man. She tricked on you, whatever. And a man would take that on the chest, stick his chest out and be like, you know what? Okay, ain't nobody else go get me. I got that one in. And I think over the last, 15, 20 years, we've been sort of stuck in a space, but we couldn't talk to each other around the country. I didn't know Beans was in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know brother was all over. JT was in Detroit, but now we know where we are.
But Mr. Ferg, what you breaking down, I 100% understand what it is you're saying. That the problem is the reason why it's so hard to push past the women because we ain't listening to ourselves speak.
Yes. Yes, that's 100%.
You
That's
know what I'm
100%.
saying? We saying shit in a breath that'll be contradictory based on the responses we get. You know what I'm saying?
Because if we understand this mission, it didn't take 6 months to 2 years to get here. You're talking 25, 30 years of that. But I've seen people come from the worst. But if we all are the man. Let's just say it's 10 million of us that are adult men. We are the man.
Well, no,
you have
just to clarify. Here's what I'm saying, right? Like when Beans was talking about the money, right? As an example, right? We'll say, lead with money, don't lead with money, right? But then we'll say once you get to 40 years old, you hit your financial stride, you gain access to women, and then we get mad at the women for qualifying men based on how much money they have. Right? Like it makes no sense. We'll say, hey, you're not the summation of your money, right? Men are more than that, right? High value, etc. Once niggas start arguing, the first insult is shut up, broke nigga.
Right.
Broke. Yeah, you stupid broke bitch.
I'm saying, like, we aren't listening to ourselves.
Yes.
And we wonder why the women be in the chat and on the panel windmilling is because we say everything I just said over the course of 4 minutes, and we'll all be like, yep. And I'm like, hold on, this is dumb.
But see, this is the thing. The women have always, think about it. The women have had a large voice for years. For years, they've had a voice, and they screaming out on every platform. We trying to sneak our plays in on YouTube. You don't get them in the magazines. You're not getting it on the, you know what I'm saying?
Respectfully though, you see, you're not even addressing his point.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, listen, we're not listening to each other because it's sort of new. We're trying to mix 25 years of generational men to get on one playing.
Okay, that makes
like
sense.
One line.
That's fair, Mr. Ferg, but it also we're not dumb.
Right.
Like, when we say all
sure
this
about
shit
that?
in a row, yes.
Hell yeah.
We say all this in a row.
Most.
Yeah, we come off as dumb because I can't say he's not a summation of his money, and then as soon as I get mad at him, shut up, broke nigga.
But those guys are still broke because look how they digress as soon as something is triggering. A lot of guys are not like Beans and saying, look, things I've experienced have affected me. And they will go around like that shit never happened until somebody just do something to rattle their boat.
Yes,
and then they'll pull a jab back. And then they'll say, man, but I went through so much. And it takes courage for brothers like Beans. I think that's where he can have that voice. Like, look, we experience stuff. But once we speak it out, what is our plan to fix me? What is my plan? Now, there are certain voices that are better than others when men talk. Some men talk and people listen to that voice. That's why you can have men go different ways because they're listening. And those men that had that opportunity, it's all you got to be a little careful on how you like pull out the bad because you got to have a fix once you get it out. Once you get it out, once you get that terrible experience out, in order for them to get past that, you got to be able to say, okay, despite what you did, despite what you went through, it has nothing to do with you. Now, going forward, where is your gift to give to the world for yourself?
Yes, but see, so wait, let me respond to that. So this is what I'm saying.
The answer to a different question.
The problem with that for me is that when the fix ain't go get the bag, and that's the only answer that niggas ever really have, right? When we're talking about the things that we've been through, the fix is in the parenting, right? The fix is in the upbringing. That's the bigger conversation, right? So when I first came to YouTube, that's what I came talking about, was parenting, specifically mothers, but also fathers, but more specifically mothers, because it's usually and generally their role, even when the father is there, right? Mm-hmm. So that was the conversation to me. The reason why is it's not for you to try to fix me, it's just for you to understand. Understanding is more of an answer to what we have going on as it pertains to communication in this space than anything else. If you lend me your understanding, we can get past your judgment, right? Because I believe understanding is requisite of empathy. right? So yeah, go ahead, Ham.
No, Beans, you 100. You what, Mr. Ferg? You gonna say something?
I'll go.
That's the thing, right? When we start digging in these questions, right? And we say, okay, what do I do? Oh, get in shape. How? Go to the gym. That's not an answer.
Right.
How? But that's what's always said. Go get more money. Well, how? Right? There's no plan. It's just words. You know? Like, and I football makes sense for everything. Y'all know that by now.
It does.
I coach one kid, and I'm like, you have to make this effing play. How, coach? I said, I don't fucking know, but you better than me, and I could make that play. Like, it was a hard play to make, but I made it one time out of 20 years playing football. So I used that against him. I said, I made that play before one time. You're better than me. You can make that fucking play, but it's something in you to find it. That's a better answer than the answers we get up here.
Yeah,
you know, I just know you better than me, and I made it once. You can make it twice. You know what I'm saying?
But coach.
So, but see, after I said that, Mr. Ferg, I'm like, I made it once, and you better than me. You can make it twice. See, so he's like, okay, it's somewhere in there. You know?
But coach, this is where your voice is unique.
Yeah.
This is where your voice is unique, Hemp, because the experience that you got as a young guy from that father putting you in those complicated situations, that he knew with a little hard work would help you overcome. This is the voice that a lot of young brothers are stuck at. They've been in these situations and they feel like in their time, and it's ready it's time for them, and they feel it in their loins it's time to bust out greater. And this is a great opportunity as long as the voice is heard, because it's brothers in California, Florida, New York, the brothers starting to hear different voices and see different paths out of this. It just has to be a continuous process. That's why I say at some point we're going to have to just sort of just dismiss, not even give the women our space, and just say, okay, huddle, listen, Beans, you can do that shit. Okay, now go do that shit. And when you do it, we go come back. Beans, what happened? Man, I did this. Okay, now, y'all see what Beans did? That's what we're going to do. See what Brother Hamp did? That's what we're going to. And when we get to a space where we stuck, guess what? We go huddle back up. Brother Mandrell, what'd you do? Okay, boom. Okay, here, you take this group over here. We split it up because we're going to have to sort of run it in a unique fashion. But it can be done because brothers are hungry. They hungry as hell out here.
I don't disagree with you on the method. I disagree with the outcome, right? So the reason why I think it's problematic is because I don't see that generating a bunch of money. And the problem with this specific space, right? Well, maybe it will, but that's like, which karate movies do the best? The Chinese ones or the black ones?
We spend over $1 trillion on nonsense.
Exactly. Thank you. That facilitates my point. Wait, but that facilitates my point that as a genre, as a demographic, we don't invest our money into those things, right? That's what makes it problematic, right? We saw a boom in super chats when people were able to be degenerates, right? So that's why I'm saying the reason why I hold him to the standard. I every time I think he sliding off his position, I say something, right? Even when it's just a little bit, is because I feel like not you, anybody but you, not you. I will not let you backslide. No, yo, get your panel together. No, fuck this dumb shit. No, correct. No, not you. You the one who has to be able to maintain this because they're going to listen to you. How long have I been telling you this, Al? That they are going to listen to you, right? I might say it's the realest shit ever. They'll pay 20 to kick me off the panel. But when you said they're going to listen, right?
Yeah, you've been saying day one.
But at the same time, what you're talking about, I don't see any money in that. And not me, Hemp, and nobody else really wants to spend all their time on YouTube for free. Nobody don't want to do that.
So look at this. Mr. Ferg, let me just share this real quick. There's this thing called Playboard. Y'all heard of that?
Nah.
It's like like a tracker. You know, it tracks like the YouTube channels. It's similar to like, there's another one that's more popular, but this one goes for the exact numbers.
You talking about Social Blade?
Yeah, but Playboy, I think people were saying it's even more accurate because you have to qualify. You only qualify for it if you have 10,000 or more subscribers. So just to even be on it, right? So Beans, right? Because we're pretty constructive, right? This might be risky. We have the conversation. You know, there's fun, right? There's bullshit, right? But generally speaking, so 2 weeks ago, just to say that I think people might be transitioning. This might be risky was number 13th in the whole country in super chats.
That's what's up.
You see what I'm saying? So I'm not. I think you're right, Beans, but I also think that people want to talk, and I was right under. What's that? I mean, sorry, I'm not on this. What's that white boy name? Tim Cass.
Never heard of
him. This shit is
he got like 1 million subscribers, but I was like, he was number 10, I was number 13. Now, you know, the gap was probably huge, but nonetheless, you know what I'm saying?
This shit is legitimately counting your money.
Yeah.
You know who was number
that
one?
That is crazy.
Hey, you know
I can't remember who was number one.
Beans, you know who's number one? Lead attorney.
Really?
You going it now? Number one.
You going it now? Lost in translation?
Yes, lead attorney's number one, man.
So there's money in this.
It's money in this space, brother.
It's money all over.
I'm looking at it.
But Beans, think about it.
I pull it up. It's called
The
Playboy.
money. Tell me if I'm wrong. The money that us people of color are making, ain't that coming from people that look just like us?
Yes.
You can't tell me.
Okay, but okay. What I'm saying is,
Beans, listen. Not everybody.
That ain't what you just described, though.
So what I'm saying is, Beans, not every man with a voice is capable of running the huddle and calling the right play.
Absolutely,
some men have to continue to go out and build muscle and build the community. That's just the way it has to be. Some men have to protect the community. Some brothers have to protect the community. Some brothers have to get the information out to the community. And that's where the space is dynamic for that. But then once you get the information, because guess what? If they getting great information and they going to work and they going to figure out their true calling and building and protecting, guess who they go bring their money back to? Beings, Brother Hamp, Lost in Translation, Mandrell. Black people will support Black. We just need that voice right now.
Bro,
and look at it like it's gonna be
Black
booming.
I ain't trying to hear this shit.
Well,
This
I don't know what
nigga
y'all
got
gonna
the
do.
bag, man.
Here it is. Here it is.
This nigga got the bag, man.
It
I hope
is.
y'all make it to 65 then. Y'all act like this shit.
Beans, you know what? Number 75 on the list in front of Ocho Cinco and them.
Hey man, listen. Hey, do me a favor. Drop your location. I'm gonna send this shit to the homies.
You know who showed me? Guess who showed me that? Chaotic showed it to me.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you that guy is dialed in.
This shit is intrusive, bro.
Man,
damn, this motherfucker got all your financial data, bro.
It's crazy.
That is crazy.
So what are you controlling? Nothing.
You know what?
Yeah. The thing is, even the stuff he's telling you, even I told you that.
Oh, that's what I wanted to say earlier. So one thing, Mr. Ferg, as well, the men in this space I can speak for, the support is actually tremendous. Like what Beans was saying, how he was spreading the word. Mandrell was getting on me like, hey, you got to do this, do that. OG Speed, JT, so many brothers, like Big Bad Bull was in the chat. Matt just messaged like, hey, try this, do this. When I hosted Lapeef, he asked me to host Lapeef. You know what I'm saying? And then when I was gonna host it, the brothers was messaging me like, hey, this the keys to X, Y, and Z. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was so much of that shit that it was motivating, inspirational, because the stereotypes are not overwhelmingly true, but people don't see that type of shit, so
So it's a great time for brothers to lock on.
This man is rich, bruh.
This shit is crazy.
You're the bag, ain't it, big?
We're gonna have to just lock on too, man. We're gonna let you be the protector, man. Can you be sergeant at arms or something, man?
Hell no, I'm about to be.
Come on,
I'm
man.
about to be Tariq in Power. This shit crazy.
I told y'all, man. Kevin said a long time ago, it's enough money in this space for everybody, man.
It is.
You know what I mean?
I mean, you get dickheads like Fresh and Fit, but another story.
What is happening? And
How
then
come you niggas don't support health and fitness though? I've had 5 cash apps.
Mandrill, in good fashion, guess who channel ain't on this motherfucker?
Mine and yours.
I'll give you a hint, goddamn it. It's the nigga on the bottom right.
I ain't either.
Damn, they got Izzy Bands on this motherfucker.
I got like $30.
Hey, Iz. I hope Iz is watching. Hey, Iz, if you watching, if you don't get your broke ass out of here.
And Los
broke,
Angeles,
son.
You know what's crazy? Damn, I was about to tell you something.
Wait, Hemp. I gotta know. Can I use this against people? Can I use this? Can I bring this up and say, come on, fam? Like, your channel's struggling, dog. Like, you're not making no fucking money off your channel, B.
Maybe it's the cash app. Maybe it's the cash app. You know,
you've been doing this shit for 4 years, B. You made $8,000, bro. Like, come on, I'm just saying.
Yes, you can.
See what I'm saying? Niggas gonna be like, "Oh, what about your channel?" There, like, see what I'm saying? It's a fucking point. Mine ain't on here, nigga.
See, here's what I think. If you add value to the space, I think the space will reward you, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's exactly what that is. You got to add value. You can't just turn the camera on and cut the buck every day. You know, you got to give the people something they're looking for. Yeah. And I think that's what Black Men Unfiltered is doing over here, creating a space, you know, to have the conversation. I don't know if y'all notice or not, but our conversations, we have a good time, but for the most part, the conversations are elevated. You know what I mean? So, and we have something on every single day of the week, sometimes twice a day. And I think it's going to get to the point where we're going to have something on every hour of the day to give people something else to look at. So I think that's going to be the goal. You know what I mean? So eventually, you know, everybody will have room to eat, you know, and then after that, we'll have another network. It'll be another one. Hamp, I have a network. You see what I'm saying? And Beans, I have a network. And Trey Ferg need to have a network. You know what I'm saying? The old man network. And talk about things the old man need, you know?
Yeah.
And shit, nigga. I got super chat money.
Exactly.
And I try to, in that vein, Lost in Translation, I try to stay consistent on the days I stream.
Right.
You know, the days, the times is always the same. Like I may start, you know, 12 p.m. Eastern, but I might start like 12:10, 12. But generally, and I stay within that window, 4 or 5 hours, right? So also, because people are streaming, I guess it would be around it, kind of.
Right.
And so also there are crowds that are shared. So I think it's also important to be cognizant about that type of shit too, and not be super duper greedy. They always ask, why don't you go live on Thursdays? But I own a moving company too, so I'm strategic with like big moves on Wednesdays and Thursdays. So I don't stream specifically there, but also those gaps allow people, like I see numbers go up when I'm not on.
Absolutely.
So when I'm not, and now if I be consistent, boom, here's these opportunity windows too. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's all it gotta make sense.
I'm not gonna lie. When my channel was booming, I wasn't even thinking about that. But when other people's channels started affecting mine, that's when I started thinking about it.
You know what? When Kevin was on, he got into it with Fresh and Fit because they had a situation where, you know, they wanted to go live at a certain time and everybody just understood that Kevin's time was Kevin's time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I think that was the downfall of that particular situation.
We did a show about this on my channel a while back. Like when we talked about it, like, and motherfuckers like, I don't understand. So I'm like, dog, I see it. I'm live. If I'm the only one in the morning, the only people who was doing the morning show at the time when I first started doing my morning show was Anton Daniels. And he got his own crowd. So it's us 40 to 80 people that's rocking out with me in the morning time. And then if I got anybody coming on, now we in the hundreds and whatever, right? So then if you been around for a long ass time, or you, Jay Prince, you got a channel on, you got a show on Anton Daniels channel, and now you got a channel, now you go live at the same time I go live. Yes, nigga, it's impacting. You know what I'm saying? If Brittany B or Aaron O or any of us, we all from this same space, we share the same numbers. So now what people are seeing is they cannot compete with him. It's over. Like if he's live and you're live, your numbers is lagging. It's just that simple, right? So I'm specifically, me myself, I don't have a time frame. I go live when I fucking feel like it, right? And I'm gonna get my 20 people. So it don't really matter to me. But for the people that are used to seeing 150, 200, and then they trying to go live at the same time, what happens there? They understand it. But I want to get my humble brag in, because according to this, I'm averaging more on my super chats per super chat than DJ Hamp. What we talking about? Let me get the applause, bro.
Give it up.
What we talking about, baby?
Yeah, man. That's what's up. I get a lot of $2 super chats.
Fact, I'm averaging 9 and he only averaging 7, bum ass nigga.
You know what, Beans? That is a perfect. That's a perfect segue, man, to talk about that. Let me ask you a question. With all the TV that we have online and all the streaming or whatever, how do they handle conflicts of interest? Because think about it, man. They have different shows on at different times. How do these bit networks handle conflicts of interest?
They get
how do they
ass
handle
out of there.
handle that?
What you mean?
You know what I'm saying?
You ain't never watched none of them What Happened To as far as them TV shows go. They was on for a minute.
Yeah,
Man,
you went up against Cosby and you paid the price. You know what I'm saying?
Stay a pilot. It was
God, another show come on, your ass out of there. They try to move you from CBS to Fox, and then when that didn't work, they moved you to the WB, and then you was out of there. And man, this ain't working out for us.
Lost in translation, and also, oh my bad, go ahead, Bean.
No, I'm just done. Go ahead.
Nah, just ain't on some real shit. Power, like 50 as an example. Power ain't playing when Game of Thrones is on. That season,
like
they
that.
wait. Like you can't. There's certain things, and you think the demographic is so far. No, everybody watch Game of Thrones, and so they very strategic. You know, when the Super Bowl on, they play bullshit. You're not wasting no good show. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
100%. They do it too. Like there's certain nights you stay away from. Sunday, you know, during football season, they don't premiere new shows. Right. You can see it, you know. So it's
hey, imagine how people felt during that Cosby run.
Yeah.
And then they built a whole Thursday night. You like, God,
you know what?
Damn.
Believe it or not, they actually moved.
We can't get no money. This shit is crazy.
Listen, they actually moved The Simpsons away from the Cosby Show a long time ago. They moved them to Sunday because Thursday was Cosby. You know,
When the Simpsons first came up, they tried to go into direct competition with the Cosby Show.
Yeah,
but and for like that first season, the Simpsons did do really good numbers in comparison to the Cosby Show. And some people were worried that they're going to outshine them, but it didn't. So they had to move it.
Yeah, you don't waste your best bullets when you know the nigga got a bazooka. Like, you know what I'm saying?
It's a waste of time.
Yeah,
it's a waste of time. I'm gonna tell you like this: what I would do. See, again, I live stream when I want to, so I just jump on like, oh, I want to talk about this, and I go talk, and usually somebody will come through and give me at least $20, and I'm happy, right? So, but what I will do for sure, if I know I'm going live while Hamp is live, I'm looking at what he's talking about. What are you talking about? Drizzle? Yeah, I ain't talking about that shit. I'm talking about these white people. We good. You know what I'm saying? If it just so happened that we finna be talking about the same thing, I won't even go live.
You know what I found creative? That we have to, sometimes these problems create a solution to something we didn't even know that we needed. I'm going to give you an example. I was watching RBN do a recorded premiere of what he was doing. He was doing it live. Mm-hmm. And of course, you know, everybody was in the super chat. They were talking, they were giving money or whatever. And I'm trying to figure out, how is he typing to me and he got both his hands on the table at the same time? You know what I mean? What I didn't realize is that he had already pre-recorded it.
Right. Yeah.
He was interacting with the chat on the side. So that may also be a solution too, where you record your message. Say, for instance, when you got time late at night, and then you go back and you play it in the daytime or whenever everybody's around, and then you go live, and then you can expound by that. And then, of course, you collect super chats or whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
But being creative creates a new dynamic for you to solve a problem you didn't even know you had.
I premiere things every morning at 7 a.m.
See?
That method right there, though, like let's say it was just so what I'll do, I'll chop up a live stream. I'll get the epic moments, chop it. Beans could do a recorded premiere and be more successful than I would say me, because he don't even look at the chat when he talking anyway. So I'll go back and forth with the chat, right? There's a dynamic there while doing my monologue. Beans will just be monologuing. We tell him, yo, Beans, this we can't hit. Da-da-da. He just talking. So
he so do.
So for like to your point, lost of track. For him, he can pre-record because he don't need the chat anyway. I don't know if I need it, but it's a helping tool.
But I do though. That's crazy. I swear so much of this. I was just talking to my man Jim T about this. I do need them. It's the reason why I don't do uploads. The reason why I don't do uploads is because of the fact that I can't be myself with the camera.
Really? But you don't even be reading the chat. I guess it's there. Like
exactly, because we got the viewers in the top left corner.
Oh, touche. You
see what I'm saying? So it's me knowing that they're there. It's like, okay, cool. I'm talking to somebody.
Yeah.
Versus sitting in front of the camera, I could just talk to myself. That's the goddamn case. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I didn't want to talk to myself, which is why I started doing lives.
Yeah.
So I need them in that way. I don't always need to be communicating with them though, because I'm trying to talk to them. And like a lot of people have emailed me and told me, like they was telling me back in September and October, like, Bean, stop feeling like you need a panel. We don't give a fuck if you don't ever have a panel. We came to hear you anyway.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like I had to get over that. Okay, nigga, you don't need a panel. You don't need a panel.
But
right.
The crowd though. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need a panel, but I do need somebody in the audience in order for me to like really focus, to be myself, my genuine funny self. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like even when I'm doing my shorts, it's way more easier for me to just make the shorts to like clip the scenes together than it is for me to get up, get dressed, sit in front of the camera, record me reacting to the shorts. I can lay in the fucking bed and make some of the coldest shorts ever. You know what I'm saying? Without my feet ever having to hit the floor. So that's why I say when it comes to the lives, when I'm doing a live, it's because I need that interaction in that moment. Like legitimately need that interaction in the moment. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I will really be killing with the uploads. Like I don't mean as far as numbers, but as far as getting them done.
Right. It's weird, whose live stream is the bomb because of her chat. Take heed to the message. You know what I'm saying? If you ever watch Take Heed, her show develops because she interacts with the chat. You see what I'm saying? Not to say one method is better than the other, but I'll give you an example where you don't even need an audience. Think about how radio announcers used to do. They didn't have an audience. They just talked and said whatever they have to do. Late night radio, it was just a successful show. You may have had one personal guest to come on, you talk to, whatever, and it's a personal experience. But like I said earlier, we have an option to do a myriad of things.
Yeah,
you know,
they did have numbers though.
Yeah, they did.
Right?
They also had radio stations, so anybody could tune in.
They had, like motherfucker could tell you, like, last night, bro, four motherfuckers was listening. Come on, fam. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, they ain't really checking for y'all no more. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have to get you up out of here, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, look, honestly, to me, it's like it's whatever you built your channel off of, it seems to be the thing to me. If you build your channel off lives, then that's gonna be the thing that you do the most numbers off of. If you do mostly uploads, then I see people who have hundreds of thousands of subscribers, they go live and it's 100 people watching. You know what I'm saying? But they upload a video and that motherfucker get 90,000 views within the first 24 hours because that's the shit that they actually built their channel on.
People looking for
you know
that.
What I'm saying? So with me, that's why I'm trying to really do the shorts right now, is because it's so much easier and it's more fun than having to beg niggas. I get tired of saying hit the Cash App. You know what I'm saying? The Cash App link, the Streamlab link. I don't even like saying that shit no more. right? So it's like, let me just focus on the YouTube and the ad money, right?
Just let it scroll on the bottom of the screen, man, and keep it pushing, you know.
Yeah, but with the shorts, it's so much fun, bro. I did some shorts last night. It's so much fun. The chick was talking about the one short I did last night. The chick was talking about raising the retirement age, right? It's 65. She say, but that's way too low. And then I put the rock in there saying, "Shut up, bitch."
Hey, fellas, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I gave up on this for looking for cash apps.
Yeah,
like because at any given time, it's like 13 people watching a live stream of mine, and I'm talking about, and I'll have people like who are in the space like as guests, like Freezy, who I had JSP, World Class was there. You know what I'm saying? Like I got people there interviewing them on their daily diets and stuff like that. It don't change. People just it's just my topic. I think it's my topic.
I think it depends on the topic,
space,
man.
Though. That's really the thing, is that we are in a panel space. Like the people over here have to accept the fact that we are from the Lapeef branch, right? It just is what it is. So we're in a panel space. And not only that, there are certain people who work well on panels than others. It's a lot of people that don't like me. That is a plus. That is a benefit. They will watch me just to hate. You understand?
I was about to say that there's people who watch you just to hate on you.
Just to hate. Just
because like they'll say,
reaffirm
you got these nigga beans over there who said this another, and they go back and say broke ass nigga. I'm like, okay, if you don't like it so much, how do you know he said that?
But here's the question:
this show.
Would you rather have the motherfucker that they engaging with, even if it's hate, or somebody that's boring as shit, don't really got nothing to say, long-winded for no reason? You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. So those panels in this space, it's
But again, that's the uniqueness what this space is offering moving forward. Beings, if you wasn't in this space, wouldn't even nobody hear you, and guys that are states away couldn't understand your philosophy. I live in, just example, I live in Florida, you live in California. Our message may be we may be going to the same place, but we're going to take different routes. And I never heard nobody like Beans talk. I never heard nobody like Brother Hemp, Lost in Translation, Mandre. I never heard that before. And now I'm starting to hear it. But I've been eating garbage all my life, and y'all coming with all this how to change and be better. It's gonna take me some time. And this is where brothers are. It's like right now, we just now starting to become the melting pot. We've been a bunch of fucking salad bowls, different salad pieces of lettuce. This is where our hands have been tied. Now, brothers are starting to come and melt philosophies together. When you present your philosophy, you smacking me upside my head. You smacking. When Brother Hemp present his philosophy, he's making that shit taste good going down.
Hey, come on,
you
man.
Shoving it down. On. I'm just saying, as far as different strategies, and it takes brothers who may or not have ever heard those type of strategies. So a lot of brothers never play sports, so they don't understand how when a coach talk to you like Brother Hemp saying, "God damn it, you got to get that play done. I don't care what you're going through, despite." And this is where I think a lot of young brothers are starting to try to find their way, because it's a new space. They never had men talk to them like, man, yes, you go through shit. We gonna do that shit. You gonna do that shit for you. Because it ain't for other men, it's for yourself. And I don't think brothers really want to be gone. I think most brothers want to live to be old and shit. Brothers are sort of, not having the fear of it's 25-year-old brothers talking about fuck this shit. Man, it'll be a blessing to get to 45 and 55 and shit. That's just a blessing. And I just want brothers to be able to have that vision and that fight, regardless of what it is, to get to that space, because Beings, the more you put into yourself, the more money comes when you're ready for it. It'll happen for you. I'm 56. I ain't got to do shit else. My father was a straight up alcoholic every day. But he was there. I never heard him tell him he never told me he loved me until I was fucking 40 years old. But what I'm saying is, we have an opportunity for men, brothers, to be in a unique space going into our future. The women have to bow down to who we are, because we're not wasting time in that capacity without improving self first. And then when we get together, beings, we're going to talk about it. You're going to have your philosophy. I got mine. But guess what? At some point, we're going to come together and lock arms, and nobody can penetrate that shit.
My problem with that type of conversation is I don't play the pause game, but I do recognize that this is one. I want to go deeper.
Wait a minute.
Right?
Well, go ahead, Beans. Go deeper.
It's like sometimes we don't accept the fact that all this shit we be talking about, that shit's some bullshit in the grand scheme of things. There is a dynamic power at play in this reality, bro. I don't care what you believe in your spiritual world, your religion, all that, you can have it.
So why don't we just go ahead and just turn ourselves over to be dominated by the world?
That's not the point, though. That's not the point. The point is that for all these men, how long do you think men, let me say it this way. With all due respect, Trey, you did not invent the idea of men being the best version of themselves and women tagging along. That's been around for a very long time.
Exactly.
So where's the fruit of that idea? You don't see it. You know
the
why?
Fruit is now. The fruit is now.
No, that's not an answer. That's not an answer.
Beans, what I'm saying.
Right? The fruit, that's not an answer, right? So
Beans,
listen to what
men
I'm saying.
have never had these spaces, man, where you can talk about.
I got you. You said that already. Trey, you said that already. All of that. You said it already.
Gonna break free.
All of that. What I'm saying is this. None of that is changing the fact of the dynamics of the real world, right? There are powers that be that are controlling the shift of society. And there is nothing, you being the best version of yourself, getting masters and PhDs, owning a business like that is not going to change a fucking thing. Not everybody can do it anyway. Because if they could, they would, right? Everybody who can walks, right? Because they can. So if it was that easy, everybody would just do it. That's not the point. The point isn't about, to me, the point isn't about, oh, if we do this, then the women will. No, the women need to work on their own motherfucking things. Just like the men need to work on their own things. The women getting in line don't got nothing to do with the man getting themselves together. Nope. You get yourselves together just like men need to get themselves together individually. Collectively, I think it's all about how we treat each other and how we work with each other. That's it. I'm not trying to come to Lost in Translations and tell him what he need to be doing inside his career. Get out how you live, fam. That don't got nothing to do with me. But when you step outside, there's a proper way, a decorum to conducting business. And we need to follow that model. And there's a proper way that you need to treat people. And we need to follow those models. Everything else, you can have the individualism. I'm not afraid of it. You can have it.
So you just summed up everything I'm trying to say. Despite of direction we go, as long as we end up in the same place, and this is a baby space where we are right now. This space is relatively young, where we can have these conversations from different brothers around the country. It's going to take, those brothers are starting to find each other in these spaces. And the conversation, we can say where we are. Yes, for the powers that be have always put us in this type of predicament. But now, going forward, where you have a voice and you can connect thousands of young men to be empowering, going through their sacrifice, what they do, those brothers can be greater than who we are and where we are. That's what it's for.
But I want to make sure you understand the thing that I think is problematic with what you're saying is that when you say things like, if the men, then the women. Nah, ain't no if the men, then the women.
We focus, listen, the women going to have to go by themselves over there to the side. The older women going to have to.
Is that me or is he muted?
Trey Ferg on mute, man, for some
strange reason. You muted, Trey, somehow. I don't know how.
We can't focus on the women. We can't, because it's not just a black woman against us, it's the world against us.
No, I understand that, but Trey, listen, if we rewind the tape, maybe you misspoke. What you literally said was, if the men,
Yes,
then
if
the
the
women.
men,
No,
yes,
ain't
if
no
the men
if the
continue to
men,
work
then the
on these
women.
spaces, I don't even focus on the women because the women are not important in this unique time in our lives.
Let me
They're not
help you guys
important.
out.
They've shown us that we're not important to them, so they can't be important to us. I'm just saying for us right now, this is one of the greatest times because I can hear you from Chicago. I can hear Lost in Translation. We're all over the country. And we can sort of work through these nuances amongst ourselves, but we got to present that message to the world. We ain't taking no shit from no woman. We ain't taking no shit from the motherfucking powers that be. They gonna have to at least come to us and see what the hell we standing for, what we need. And we don't even want a whole lot.
Let me help Trey first. Let me help y'all out with this particular situation. What Beans is saying is that you can't solve an equation just on one half. This is what I'm talking about. I've seen it work on both sides. And let me explain to you how it works. You tell the women, hey, go to school, get your degree, get this, that, and the other. Once they get to the end of that particular rainbow, it's like, I can't find a husband. So what happens in the inverse with men, you tell men to go out and be the best versions of yourself. And then guess what? If you forget about the women, then they forget. Then what happens is they don't be able to find a wife. So my thing is, how do you put the two people together who've actually done the work together? That is the issue. But my thing is this: you can't have somebody appreciate who you are if they've never seen what goes into making you. It's too easy to dismiss who you are. That's the reason why people often treat you as an option versus a necessity. You see what I'm saying? Women that tell you, hey, I'm dating this doctor, I'm dating this lawyer, and Beans, what can you do for me? You see what I'm saying? Not knowing that Beans has a lifetime of wealth of knowledge in him that supersedes any engineer or doctor or whatever. He's had to put his hand in the mud and build stuff from scratch, while these other guys may have had stuff given to him. But on the surface, what the world has told her is if he doesn't make six figures and all this other stuff that they tell him to do, that Beans is not valuable. Right. And that is the issue. They've never seen what went into the making of Beans. And I think that is the honest conversation that we really need to have. Now, on the inverse, on the women's side, we don't know what went into making of them. You see what I'm saying? Because we're too busy worrying about ourselves and we can't relate to what they've been through because we didn't go see what went into the making of them. You see what I'm saying? And that is the issue. Now, how you solve that issue is when you put both people together early enough and they work on the same common goal so they can appreciate what went into the making of both of them. And that's the reason why people stay together longer when they're younger and they have the same mission at hand and they go in the same direction. The problem is that we teach our people, our kids, to go into separate directions. And what happens is we have a lack of respect for each other in the grand scheme of things. And that's the reason why people talk greasy to each other on these podcasts and on these panels. Am I not right, Beans? Is that a fair assessment?
I absolutely agree with that. And that's what I'm saying. Like, for me, it's like, I don't think that there's this woman right here and she needs to do whatever she needs to do to become the best version of herself so that I could fall in line. Nobody would think that makes any sense, right? But somehow when we switch it and we say, well, that's what the men need to do, it's like, no, you need to be the best version of yourself that you can be, regardless to whether or not you have somebody or not. That's how that works. So that's why I don't like that particular rhetoric. You know what I'm saying? Because then it falls under that same umbrella of women saying, I'll be feminine for the right man. No, you should just be feminine. You are what you practice at, right? So you should just be being feminine regardless. So that way, when the quote unquote right man comes along, you don't even have no work to do. You're already that thing, whatever that may be, right? So that's why I just don't like that. If the men, then the women will. No, the women need to do it regardless. Especially when they out here deciding to do the parenting thing alone, right?
You said the other side of what I said. You just said a man should be the best that he can be just because, right?
Yeah, just because.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And as far as the women,
that's all you said, but it's not what you said.
But as far as the women, we're not going to be able to control nothing that they do. That's going to have to come from the women. We can't go into their huddle and say, this is what y'all do. No, I'm looking out for not because I have sons, we have young brothers, we have nephew. Their future is at stake right now. That's all I'm saying. You can't worry about no woman. I believe all brothers should get a fucking passport and go travel the world for 6 months, 2 years, whatever. You 21, shit, the world is your oyster. And you can't be messing around, putting yourself in predicament with a woman, a young woman, especially who's already showing you that she's not going to work with you. She's not going to help you build. She's going to, if she has a children, she's not going to allow you to sort of be in that position where you can be a part of your child's life because they're feeding into the rhetoric that they hear every day. Is all I'm saying. We gonna have to make a stand with the sisters. Say, look, goddammit, this is how we gonna move, and you either get down with it or you move the fuck on because we control the power in that. Is all I'm saying. Yes, women, if they ain't made that way when you meet them, goddammit, you got 90 minutes to get that shit together. Or you move on because there's more beautiful women all over the country, and somebody gonna be you. You only got to get it right one time. That's all I'm saying.
Shout out to the Real Bravado Network. He says, I know a lot of 6-figure broke dudes, and I'm one of them. My ass all right, Mandrell. You know what? I'm going to give him his Bishop good joint, and we're going to come back and we're going to continue the conversation. This is for RBN because this is his favorite pastor. Man, that old lady in the back get me every time with that napkin, man. Shout out to RBN. Appreciate it, sir.
The next comment, let everybody else do the version of that same dance. Start with Bean. Let Bean do the same dance with the same music track.
Go ahead, Beans. I'm gonna let you finish your comment, man. Go ahead.
I'm glad that I average more per super chat than him. But at the same time, come on, man. Why y'all in our business like this, bro? Like this, you can't even lie no more, bro. Like this.
No, sir. No, sir.
But no, definitely. I think again, I wanted to say this. Man, I need me a woman, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I love having a woman. I hate being single. This shit sucks. I need a woman. I want a woman to love. It ain't just about the sex. It's just the connection, knowing that you have somebody to give that love to express that love with. Who wants to, do that with random ass girls? So that's why I prefer to have a woman. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, as much as my woman can motivate me to want more, I don't feel like, or not even feel like, I don't think that I should have to go become the best nigga in the world. You know what I'm saying? The most money, go get leg extensions so I could be 6 feet. You know what I'm saying?
Get your kneecaps stretched.
Had them snap a six pack on my stomach and shit. Like, I don't think it should be like that, because I'm not looking for that from a woman either. Nobody is gonna be perfect. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. Nobody's gonna be perfect. So, it's a young lady that I'm looking at right now. That motherfucker got 2 kids. Right? That is frowned upon in this space. But I'm looking at it like, shit, our daddy daycare. You know what I'm saying? I would love the shit out of light skinned ass. You know what I'm saying? And
do you believe that'll bring you peace? Do you believe that'll bring you peace?
Well, see, but that depends. It depends on what it is that she wants from a man. This is why I think this is problematic. The conversations need to be had. What is it that you want? If you want something, as soon as a woman says, I want a provider, conversation over with. Even if I could, conversation over with. You shouldn't even be looking for that, especially not a woman in her 30s with 2 kids. The last thing you should be looking for is a provider. What you should be saying to me is, I'm looking for somebody to spend the rest of my life with. Now we got something to build on. Right? Now, what does that look like? Well, yeah, I'm looking for somebody I can build with. That's 2. Right? It's really only one more thing you need to say, and we married tomorrow. And that's I'm sexually submissive. Case closed. Where the ring shop at?
There you go.
That's it.
Beans, to your answer, right? We have women who model in that direction. We have our security boss. We have Take Heed, who are both single moms who had a second chance at life and they got it done correctly.
Mm-hmm.
How come a lot of these women not learning for what they had to do to get back on the right track, but instead they have all the top on not to get put out? Because I remember I brought this question up to Lost and a few other guys on this panel before, like they need to be changed. They have the gatekeepers. Security board was like a gatekeeper here. Take Heed is not a new gatekeeper because they're both single moms, single parents. You're correct. They're not probably looking for a provider, looking for someone to build with. But the problem, we have too many women who think they got the answer. I always have to say this. If we have the answer, have it been tested? Have it been proven? If it was not successful, why are you repeating the same nonsense over and over again?
Because it makes them feel good.
And make them feel good, then that's pure bullshit. Because let's be real, that shit was not working. Because when I hear you guys having these conversations about what needs to be fixed, it sounds like you're looking for the blueprint or we created Black Wall Street. And I was like, how did Black Street came about?
I assure you the men didn't do it by themselves.
No, they didn't do it by themselves, yeah.
Yeah.
But it took people who are responsible, who have that vision, like, you know what? We need to be honest with ourselves. We need to get this thing fixed. So like you were saying, and few others were saying before this week, let's neglect the people who don't want to build. Let's leave them on the wayside going forward because enough is enough.
Yeah, it's to me, like in my situation, I'm gonna tell you exactly what I have to offer a woman. A space for you to live and not have to worry about bills. So think about it. Right now, you working and paying all the bills on your own. If you come with me, you ain't got to pay no bills, but you damn sure got to keep working.
Doggone right.
Because I ain't got no money to take care of you, right? But that's where the building part comes in at. Now I just eliminated several bills for you, right? So now you can come in and I can say, okay, this is what we need to do with this money. We need to create these accounts. We need to set up these index funds. We need to start preparing to purchase this kind of property.
But Beans, you spending her money now.
I'm investing it. I'm not spending it though. See, that's what I'm saying. This is something that
if it leave her hand and don't come back, that's spending. You know what I'm saying?
No, but that's what I'm saying. I'm literally talking about investments. That's what I'm saying. The point is that you couldn't do this on your own because you didn't even have the money to invest because you was paying for everything.
Good point.
But now because you're with me, you can invest. And not only that, you're coming to be with somebody who knows exactly what you should be investing in. And anywhere where I might slack, I've already created a network of people that I could communicate with to know exactly what it is I need to do. It's not even hard, right? So like I was telling my son, I'm like, bruh, you graduated high school, I got you. You got to get out of that pizzeria. It's time to just go get one of them little $22 an hour warehouse jobs. You don't have to pay bills. You can legitimately save $2,500 a month. You'll make $4. My expectation is that you save $2,500 in 10 months. That's $25,000 in 10 months for a fucking 19-year-old, right? How many 19s you know got $25,000 sitting around or in the bank otherwise, right? So I'm saying this is the opportunity. So for a woman, she needs to be able to appreciate that. Nope, I'm not. You can't come in. We're not going to Roof Chris. We're not going to the steakhouse. We're not getting on no fucking helicopters. We're not doing none of that shit. You're going to go to work. You're going to come home. I'm going to hold you. I'm going to wash your hair for you. I'm going to wash your feet and rub your feet for you, rub your back for you. I'm going to eat your ass. I'm going to do everything to make you comfortable. I'm going to cook for you. If you got some kids, I'm going to toss the motherfuckers in the air and catch them. Right? I'm going to take the load off. But while you working, we're going to set up these investments. That's how we going to build. And then if I need you to, right? If I need you to invest something into my YouTube business, you can. But the way I see it, when we look up 2 years from now, we should be able to go do whatever the hell we want to do. We should be able to go do whatever we want to do at that point. Because we have all these investments and savings going on. We should be able to go do whatever we want to do at that point. What you want to do? Because I know what I want to do. I know what I want to do. I want to get an RV and I want to move forward with my livery service, my executive livery service, and I want to give me some pilots and some lawyers and some executive clients to drive around Las Vegas. And when I'm not doing that, me and my lady can drive up the coast to California. That's what I want to do.
Now you talking fast, but there's so many ladies out here who don't want to build; they want to spend.
That's a fact.
All they want to hear, they want to
That's
spend, but they don't want to build. But
Right.
yet they will say that, oh, you're not up to my level. But how many times, Andrew, we had this talk before on your show last year on how to rebuild Black Wall Street, and you mentioned there were 2 Black Wall being built already in present time. But
Yeah, I did it. I did a show on that by myself.
I didn't.
No,
I
sir, it
never
was
forget.
yeah.
I never forget that
I
show.
did several of them. Yeah, I did another one. I listed off the actual Black Wall Streets that exist today, the actual Black cities, Black doctors, Black schools, Black colleges, Black stores, Black police chiefs. The important thing is Black police chief, Black fire chief, Black city council, all the politicians, Black. And that's how they did it. They got elected into a bunch of the Black people got together and said, hey, let's run for office. You gonna run for city council, you gonna run for mayor, you gonna run for the, you know what I'm saying? And so they all got behind each other during the election and funded each other and supported each other, and they all got elected. You know what I'm saying? And that's how they changed things. It's all ran by these cities are all Pine Bluff, Arkansas is one of them. They all run by Black people. And there is a place in Tennessee. The state of Tennessee is trying to take that from them, because Ford has agreed. They actually made a deal with Ford and got Ford to build a manufacturing plant out there in that area, and the white folks want that money, because if Ford builds that plant, that means jobs for niggas, and whitey can't have that. So they trying to take it from them. It's weird and it's messed up, and they're doing it in front of everybody's faces, like nobody's gonna care. That's the weird part. They're so brazen and arrogant about it. We feel like they need help. But here's an area that was led by white people throughout all of American history, and it's a shithole. Never been nothing. As soon as Black people got in there, numbers went straight up through the roof. Everything went up. Education, crime went down. Literacy rate of children went up. Everything good shot sky high. Now they're saying, well, they need help. No. Black people like, no, we don't need your help. We got it. You see our numbers? We got it. No. We still think that you might need a hand. No, fuck off. You know what I'm saying?
And this happened.
But when you're in office, you can do that. You know what I'm saying? You're doing well, you can do that. And so they were trying to push shenanigans on them. Didn't work out, but they still got that Ford plant coming. So Ford is currently constructing that plant out there. So there's gonna be a lot of jobs for Black people in that area. It's gonna be the newest Black Wall Street. There's a few of them out there. It's just quiet. No one advertises it. No one talks about it.
And there was another group who were trying to build another community in Georgia, bought a couple of acres of land to build their own little city. Remember that one too?
Yeah.
They just let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
What would a virtual Black Wall Street look like?
You mean like on here?
No, just in general. Because I think about it, the last time we built the Black Wall Street, it was just easy for them to come in and set it on fire.
No, we have a Black Wall Street now. An actual live action. That's the one in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. It is an actual live Black Wall Street.
But my question is this: what would a virtual Black Wall Street look like?
I don't know. You talking about virtual? I don't know what that looks like.
Yeah. I think that's a question that we probably honestly need to ask, because it's so easy for somebody to tear down some, stuff that you've built. Every time we look up, think about it. I was watching Rosewood the other day. Man, shout out to Layman's Journal, man. Listen, if y'all had an opportunity to go over there and watch that piece he did on Rosewood, I think it was outstanding. If y'all go over there and watch it, he talks about how those people went over there and burned down Rosewood. Rosewood wasn't the only town that got burned down. Black Wall Street got burned down. A few other cities in Georgia and Alabama got flooded. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. So my thing is this: going forward, when they burn down the cities, you know, you can't burn down a virtual city. And that's why I'm trying to make sure that we elevate our thinking beyond physical bricks and mortar to something that can't be torn down. Does that make sense?
That makes logical sense because if you say it that way, because I'm part of an investment for a social media app called Fanbase app, which is black owned. And this guy have been on one of my several times. He have been on other radio shows across the country promoting it. I remember the Breakfast Club avatar. I looked into it. What he's trying to do is make sure it's almost like what you say, a black virtual Wall Street. He allowing people to come in and invest, get a piece of the company before they go public. This way, no one can tear that one down. And when you think about it, there have been other black businesses that open the door for other black investors to be a part of it, which is virtually speaking. Question is, it only open up to people who really says about being a part of something bigger than them and make sure that thing grow. Because how often we have this conversation for the past 2 or 3 years? We need our own this, we need our own school, we need our own grocery, we need our own bank. Okay, we got our own bank. How many people talking about our own black bank? Not many people talking about it, but they still complain we need our own X, Y, and Z. Or we need our own news media. We have William Martin on filter. How many people talk about investing in that? When I hear this argument throughout the black YouTube space, I keep asking myself this question. Are they really serious about having our own thing, or they're just making noise for the sake of making noise? Because we can say if we want to do that, but if we're not serious about it, then what's the point? Because I did my homework for the past 2 years while we having all these conversations here. There have been black businessmen and women quietly and speaking on what I'm saying right now, coming together, building business outside the realm of what people don't know about.
And the reason why I said that because you got people like Dr. Umar Johnson, who has a physical school that has not been put together yet. Which would be easier, to have a physical school with bricks and mortar, or to have a virtual school? You see what I'm saying?
Correct.
Sometimes we got to think outside of the box, man, if you want to get things done. Does that make sense?
No, it makes perfect sense because when you mention about virtual on Black Wall Street, news media is one of it. It's being done already. How many people are jumping into supporting that one to make sure it grows bigger than what it is? You have a bank already. Well, shout out to Killer Mike. He pushed for that, and he's working, and that thing been going on for a while. But how many people talk about that particular black-owned bank that is virtual? Not
Right.
many.
Right.
We have our own black hospital. How often have we have seen article after article, broadcast after broadcast, talk about how the healthcare system in the U.S. don't cater to black people properly? But we have many prominent black doctors across the countries whereby they could try to put something together and get that one situated, right? We talk about education on Black Men Unfiltered several times, and we realize they watered down the public school for the longest. We talk about homeschooling. We talk about all type of options, but how often are we pushing for it? That's the thing what I'm looking at right now, because those who are really, really serious, they realize the majority are not serious. We had to go underwater, or how you go, Carnito. Only bring those who are serious about it to the ballroom. We sit down, we talk, we see how we can get it started. Then we're building our community. Man, Joe talked about it several times before in the past, and I listened to him several, and I checked that. I did my research, and he telling the truth. I'm still trying to check on the update of that one group of families who bought a couple of acres of land in Georgia. I want to see what is the update on that part. This is taking place right now. But what I noticed among our people, which is I've said several times, yes, we are not a monolith. But at the same time, we say we're not a monolith. How can we actually be a community when we're not trying to come together and build something that what beneficial for us as a group? Yes, we did tear down Dr. Umar Johnson about the physical school that he was trying to build for how long he been trying to build that one, right? Yes, I get it. He's not perfect. Nobody's perfect. But how often will you tell about anybody who want to build something great? Let's be quite honest, Lost. You have an idea right now, and you pull it to the side and quiet. So we'll start working on this, and we decide to do the thing undercover until it came to existence. What's the first thing people would say?
I wouldn't care.
I know you.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna tell you why. Because they didn't put in the work, so I don't consider them anyway. I didn't consult them for advice. I didn't ask them for any money, so they can hold their criticism. You see what I'm saying?
And how often we talk about?
I could care less, man.
When we have a business that's owned by Black people, are you afraid to have it without that Black people?
Look, David, let me explain something to you about me. I'm in business for business sake. Anybody can shop with me, whether they're Black, white, or other. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here just to serve Black people. I'm here to serve everybody. You know, especially if I got something that they need. Do you think Apple only sells to white people? No. You know what I'm saying? Do you think Chinese people only sell to just Chinese people? No. And I think we are handicapping ourselves when we think that we should only deal with Black people. You know, other people sell stuff to us all the time. How come we can't sell to them? You see what I'm saying? That's my whole thing. We're getting out of the habit of producing something that other people want. See, everybody else figured that out a long time ago. We're the ones that's late to the game. You see what I'm saying? We have to find something that we create that someone else wants and do business. That's how you do business, man. That's how you do business. Ain't that right, man, Dre?
About what?
He's zoned out. I can tell.
We're about to go to sleep, man.
Where everybody go?
Dip, man.
Oh, okay.
Think about it. We done had about almost 5 hour stream, brother.
Oh, okay.
I know. I took a nap. I came back. I was enjoying the whole conversation.
Yeah, you came back and showed your back to us.
Right.
Anyway, look, yeah, where did your hemp fat ass at?
Hemp been gone, man. Him and Beans dipped out.
Yeah.
Fighting words.
Where'd you go? Yeah, where'd you go, Fatso? Come on back.
Y'all, we finna wrap this up, man. We've been on here for 5.
Yeah, I'm gonna make
hours,
fat jokes about everybody because you're all
fat. We can continue this conversation in the back chat.
That's Nightish another one. That's facts. Black Men Unfiltered Network. No, Black Man's not here, Nightish. Go have another drink and eat candy and continue to fat yourself to death.
Oh
okay?
My God.
Damn, he called him fat. So damn. Yes, look at him. He's fat. I'm not making it up.
God,
what do you want me to do?
Man, George just trying to sell some push-ups over there.
hey, and somebody got to. I gotta make myself a villain. I gotta make myself his nemesis. So then people come watch me fail.
Man, George, go ahead and give your plug, man, so we get that out.
I don't know how to do it. I'm terrible at marketing.
DJ Hemp or BMU? Who's bigger?
Oh, BMU all the way.
So who need more push-up then?
BMU just needs to stop eating for like a year.
Y'all are hilarious. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue this conversation in the back chat. Y'all, I appreciate y'all for coming out to another edition of the Barbershop. Appreciate it. Make sure you guys do the particulars. Hit the like button, hit subscribe, hit share. Y'all know the routine. Appreciate y'all from coming out. And as Trey Ferg would say, check me out on Beautiful Baby.
This bobblehead thing.
Two of you are nearly almost albino. I mean, that's light skin.
See how the light skin dudes who ugly always say that.
They always trying to do something.
Hey, there's like shit. There's light skin.
It's the fireworks, baby.
Mandre, you better be careful, man. I could have been your uncle or something, boy.
You could have, but you're not.
Yeah, I know.
You're not at a family reunion.
We're going to continue this in the back chat. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate y'all. As you can see, we're back here cutting up. Later, y'all. Peace out.
You look like
For a woman, I would dismiss any man that came up with the compliment.